This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening on Wyoming for Monday, March 3rd. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Traffic crashes involving large commercial trucks have been on the rise since 2016, and some in the industry are pointing to a simultaneous rise in non-English speaking truckers. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 2016 was the year the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration issued a memorandum telling safety inspectors not to suspend commercial drivers for failing to communicate well in English.
Because before, they could pull you from your operation if you could not read the signs, communicate with the general public, and log your own reports in English. And then in 2016, there was this memo saying, oh, don't suspend them for this anymore. After that, the fatalities really started to climb.
Wyoming is no stranger to deadly large truck crashes and had the most per capita of any state in 2022. At Wyoming's Evanston-based port of entry, it is not uncommon for Highway Patrol inspectors to encounter truckers with non-citizen licensed commercial driver's license. With President Donald Trump's promises to drill, baby, drill, many Wyoming oil and gas service business owners are hopeful that an energy boom is waiting around the corner. But for now, though, it's been a game of hurry up and wait. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that operators are still having a hard time getting permits, although some activity is picked up, with optimism riding high.
The more you produce, the bigger the supply is. What happens to price? It goes down. So if you get below that $60 per barrel oil, you're not going to drill a new well. I think the other contributing factor, permits are still taking a long time to get, right?
Additionally, Jean reports that the industry's own success is making new wells unnecessary. Oil and gas engineers are learning how to enhance the oil recovery and make their wells last longer so they don't have to drill a new well as often to keep the production high. With the repeal of Wyoming gun-free zones, it's become one of only 5 states allowing people to carry concealed weapons in K-12 public schools without requiring special permission from school authorities. Effective July 1st, adults aged 21 and older with concealed carry permits may also take their weapons into public schools in Wyoming with the passage of House Bill 172. Governor Mark Gordon allowed the bill to pass into law without his signature late Thursday, although Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports he also expressed his opposition to it.
I guess you could say under protest, Governor Gordon allowed the repeal of gun-free zones to pass into law without his signature. Near as I was able to find out, Alabama, Oregon, and Utah are the only states that currently allow people with concealed carry permits to take their weapons onto public school grounds without first obtaining special permission from school administrators or a school district.
However, private property won't be affected by the new law. Any private ventures can still choose to prohibit civilians from carrying firearms there. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
There are dozens of important and much visited petroglyph sites throughout the American West, so it takes a lot for one of those sites to stand out. That's what makes the White Mountain petroglyphs north of Rock Springs one of the most unique, hands down. The site's most intriguing feature is a soft sandstone pillar in front of the main face. Several handprints have been deeply elongated and embedded on all sides of the pillar, and Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that it's a petroglyph that archaeologists have yet to understand.
There are theories about what these hand grooves might have been. They could have been a source of obtaining power. One of the more controversial theories is that they're actually evidence from birthing sites of women actually grasping onto the pillar while giving birth. But the one thing that archaeologists can agree on is that there's nothing quite like them in Wyoming or anywhere else for that matter. They're a unique structure that obviously have some kind of important significance, but unlike other petroglyphs where you can see the same images at several sites and get an idea of what's being depicted, these grooves are unlike any other petroglyphs and their symbolism remains unknown.
Thanks to social media, the handprints have become the most recognizable feature at the White Mountain petroglyph site. site. Archaeologists hope increased visibility will increase awareness and responsible visitation of the unique site. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Yeah, it's Cowboy State Daily. We're into March now, the Monday edition. Winter storm headed for southwest Wyoming. Meet the woman behind the giant sand sculptures at Glendo. Speaking of big art, how about the dinosaur erection specialist Rye Williams? He stages dino skeletons like Macy's Pampers window front mannequins. Headed to Yellowstone this summer, we have the hack that'll get you into the park quicker than the rest of the uninformed waiting in long lines. The fastest selling real estate states, Wyoming and Montana top the list. A Cheyenne man builds his dream medieval manor, and it's like nothing you've ever seen outside of Europe maybe 1,000 years ago. Are Girl Scout cookies really full of chemicals? Accidents involving truckers up since 2016. Many believe it's because they can't read highway signs. Special guests today include Ken Blackburn. He's the chair of the Wyoming Search and Rescue Council. All these stories and more coming up on the Cowboys State Daily. Let's start with a look at your weather forecast. Casper, you might be in for some rain today and late afternoon, let's say. Clouds on the increase, breezy. Highs around 55, still pleasant. Riverton, rain will start around 4. Sunny until then, though. Breezy, 54 the high. Southwest Wyoming, we just told you there's some snow probably early in the day before 2. Cloudy, 35. Green River, snow after 4. Clouds on the increase, breezy, highs in the upper 40s. Western Wyoming, Pinedale, slight chance of snow, otherwise partly sunny, highs 38. Alpine, you'll have some fog in the early morning and then snow and rain likely in the afternoon with highs in the upper 30s. DuBois, chance of snow after about 2 o'clock, otherwise partly sunny with highs 43. Jackson, chance of snow again after 2. In the Bighorn Basin, Thermopolis, chance of rain after 4. Increasing clouds, breezy, 51. The high in Thermop, 43 in Cody with a chance of rain in the late afternoon. Buffalo, chance of rain, maybe mixed with snow right around 4 o'clock. That ought to hit. Otherwise, sunny and windy until then with highs in the upper 40s. Sheridan, you'll be about 47 with a chance of rain in late afternoon. In northeast Wyoming, chance of rain in Gillette late afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny until then. 54 the high with wind gusts. Torrington, slight chance of rain after 2 in the afternoon. Otherwise, mostly cloudy. 62 today. 57 in Douglas with a chance of rain in the late afternoon. Southeast Wyoming, winter storm watch in effect. 3 o'clock until 3 today until 5 tomorrow. Chance of rain and or snow. Cloudy, breezy in Cheyenne. Might see 5 inches of new snow by tomorrow morning. Laramie, winter storm watch. Also, chance of snow mainly after 11. Clouds on the increase. Could see an additional 4 inches of snow on the ground in Laramie by tomorrow morning. Rawlins, chance of snow in the late afternoon. Otherwise, mostly sunny, highs in the upper 40s. Encampment, you might get some snow, especially overnight. And that'll do it for us as we go around the horn. I think I said winter storm warning headed for southwest Wyoming. That should be southeast. Sorry, that's going to be Cheyenne, Laramie. You're going to get snow today. Already seeing a little something passing through Cheyenne right now as I share the morning weather map with you. This is what it looks like. Current temps across the state. Star Valley, you're right around the freezing mark. 28 in Evanston, 33 in Rock Springs. Grable, you're about 28 degrees currently. Powell, 34, 37 in Cody. 30 in Gillette, 28 up in Sheridan, 39 in Casper, 27 in Riverton. Laramie, you're 31 currently. 30 in Gillette. And you just see some little bit of snow cooking up. I want to say it's passing through, but I think this is one of those that's kind of backing up into southeast Wyoming. So, yeah, you're going to be getting some snow down there in Cheyenne, Laramie. Prepare. So far, road conditions have not been affected very much by this winter storm warning down in the southeast part of the state, but they will be. Expect a little bit of troublesome travel down there. Star Valley, you got some slippery spots, probably black ice. Let me double check that. Yeah, slick, slush, snowfall as you make your run down Star Valley. That's from Alpine right on down to Afton and beyond. Evanston, outside of Evanston, both east and west to the border of Utah and headed to Lyman. You got a little trouble on I-80. That would be slick conditions. And then the rest of Interstate 80 looking pretty good, and the rest of all roads in Wyoming looking pretty good for now. But we got rain and or rain-snow mix here and there on the way, so be prepared for that. I got some wildfires in Carolina. I'm going to ask Don Day when we talk to him later whether A, he's responsible for that, and B, whether that's as unusual as I think. I keep, meteorologists, well, we'll see what Don Day says. I don't want to assume, but we keep hearing how, it's poor logging practices, it's poor wildfire mitigation, it's poor water containment, it's all man's fault. But at some point, it's also global weather. I don't remember so many winter wildfires. California's still burning in the winter. Remember? I mean, the LA fires I'm talking about from a month ago. And now North and South Carolina on fire in February, March. I don't remember stuff like that at all. Honora wins Best Picture. Can't say I saw it. Can't say I saw anything. I have not been to the movie theater really since COVID. I mean, there was almost no reason to go to the movies. Once you get, a big screen TV with some good surround sound, what do the movies have that you don't? Except for soggy, buttery popcorn and jujus for, $8 a box. I don't know what a juju is. You know what I mean? Whatever the candy you're eating. Snow caps. Yeah. I mean, if I want that theater feeling, I can go, take a $10 bill and throw it out the window and then eat a box of snow caps. Make it feel like I'm at the theater. But otherwise, I got everything without the annoyance of other people and the soft glow of their phone screens the whole movie. I haven't been to a movie in a long time, but I should go see Anora. Won the Best Picture. What's it about? What is it? Maybe Greg's seen it. We'll ask Greg whether he saw that movie and what that's all about. Andrew Rossi's lead story of the day, at least weather-wise, fast-moving low-pressure system centering on southeast Wyoming could dump several inches of snow in Cheyenne and Laramie later today. Winds could top 55 miles an hour during the snowstorm. Winter storm watch has been issued for Laramie, Cheyenne, all points in the southeast. We're going to meet that woman who makes gigantic sand sculptures. Really cool, really very realistic. We're going to let you in on a Yellowstone hack. You'll get into the park quicker than anybody else. Promise. It's super easy and simple. We'll let you know what that is because Yellowstone gets backed up. I mean, June, July, August, September, there's long lines waiting to get into the park. How do you get in faster than those other losers? We'll tell you. Montana and Wyoming top the list of states with the fastest selling real estate markets cooking in Montana and Wyoming, according to View Homes. We'll take a look at that story. I'm excited to talk to Ken Blackburn. Ken Blackburn, sheriff in Bighorn County. He's also the chair of the Wyoming Search and Rescue Council. The Search and Rescue Council is in charge of, among other things, securing, procuring equipment for search and rescues around the state. And there's many. Just about every county has a search and rescue. Where do they get their funds? Where do they get their fancy gear? Wyoming Search and Rescue Council helps out a lot in that. I'm interested to meet this Cheyenne man who built his dream home. It's a throwback medieval English mead hall. If you think you don't know what these buildings look like, what is a medieval English mead hall? I'll show you a photo of it later and you'll recognize right away. It has such a classic European look, so old England. I mean, not real old. We're not going back to, stone buildings, but this really looks like an old English cottage. And he built one. That's what he wanted. He built one in Cheyenne, and all the neighbors are like, what do you call that? And he says, that's called a construction that's nearly extinct these days. It's called Cruck. Okay. The former Brit with his dream home in Cheyenne looking a lot like old England's pretty cool. Drinking Wyoming, Renee tips a few over at Frosty's, a true Casper dive bar. We'll learn more about that and why Renee was drinking Jepson's Malort, one of the strangest liquors around, and can't say anybody really even likes it. They drink it kind of on a dare at Frosty's. We'll meet the Wyoming hunter who beat huge odds, drew a super tag trifecta to hunt 3 species. We'll let you know what that is, the super tag, who won it, and how difficult it is to secure that tag. You could apply for that for over 4,000 years, according to the odds, and never win it. Nate Miller of Thermop won it on his first try. Good for him. Could passenger rail be coming to Wyoming and Montana? A new January report from Federal Railroad Administration recommends restoring Amtrak routes throughout the West. Bring back trains. Wyoming, Montana. David Madison up in Montana had that story about Girl Scouts pushing back against allegations from Joe Rogan. Their cookies are full of chemicals. Joe Rogan was citing a recent study. Moms across America, they tested 13 types of Girl Scout cookies, found all kinds of high levels of chemicals in them, including the chemical that's in Roundup. Ooh. I have noticed that Thin Mints don't taste the same. I'll just say that. I just had some recently. They don't taste the same to me for some reason. Well, I'll meet a Glen Rock man who's got 5 acres of rusted out cars. It looks like a junk show, but hey, this 72-year-old who runs the junkyard on Highway 95 might look like Sanford and Son, but he thinks he might be sitting on a gem. You never know what you could discover in the rusted out heaps on his property. Trucking fatalities have been on the increase since 2016. Is it coincidence? That's exactly when Highway Patrol and law enforcement was told not to be too hard on truck drivers who didn't know English. Speed limit 60. If you can't read it, that might be a problem. Slippery when wet. That might be a problem. We'll explore that story from Claire McFarland later today. And I'm excited to meet Rye Williams. We're going to try to get him on a show. He's a self-described dinosaur erection specialist. It's not what you think. Get your mind out of the gutter. He makes dinosaurs. He stages dinosaur skeletons in, their classic poses. Like, that's what he does. He takes the bones. If he doesn't have all the bones, he fills them out with man-made materials, and he reconstructs dinosaur sculptures, dinosaur artwork, I guess you'd call it. Same way somebody at Macy's would work on mannequins in the storefront window. He stages dinosaurs. What a job, huh? Andrew Rossi had an interesting story about an interesting fella. Let's take a quick break. We'll get Greg Johnson into the room, our managing editor at Cowboy State Daily, after these.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
When she was 19 weeks pregnant with Finn, Kelly went in for a routine ultrasound.
The doctor knew that something was wrong when he looked at his heart and saw that there weren't any chambers and there were abnormal connections.
After Finn was born, he needed multiple surgeries and procedures just so he could survive.
He has had 17 procedures, including 2 open heart surgeries. To be perfectly honest, I can't see Finn even getting past birth without the American Heart Association.
Finn's entire family is grateful to the American Heart Association. Their support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs gave Finn a second chance at life.
I love to go on bike rides with my daddy. Thank you for helping kids like me.
Learn how you can join us in the fight to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke at helpheart.org today.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So?
So, individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, We just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
Yeehaw, and a good morning to you. It's Greg Johnson, Cowboy State Daily Managing Editor.
And having a hoedown.
Yes, we are. Hoedown Monday. Just cause when we last left you, it was February. Look now, it's March already. Marching forward. Have you seen, do you know anything about Anora won Best Picture at the Oscars?
Never even heard of it.
Me neither. I'm so...
I gotta admit, I just don't pay that much attention to movies anymore.
Yeah.
We don't.
I was going to say, I'm so out of touch with the motion picture industry. I don't know what's out there. Nothing looks good. Every time I, pass a marquee and look at what's playing in the movie theater, it's always the fourth sequel of some movie we all saw 15 years ago.
Yeah, or they're trying to remake something that should never be remade, like Ben-Hur or something,
Yeah. Terribly unimaginative, which is why if you just make a new movie that hasn't been done before, you might win Oscars. Anora's probably the only film out this past year, that was like, I don't know, a real movie that wasn't Sonic 4. Sonic the Hedgehog.
I ever heard of it. In fact, I only saw it like a minute before we started this call. I saw like some other headline about Anora wins Oscar, and I'm like, what?
Well, and you feel like really out of touch. Well, we're not out of touch if you were watching and reading the Cowboy State Daily over the weekend. Tons of stories. I don't even know where to start, Greg. Want to help us out? What do you...
We can start with the Sweetwater ghost.
Yeah.
Sweetwater County Jail. I don't know if you saw that video, but
I did.
The guy's soda can, it does move. It moves and it turns a little. The best part is that guy's reaction. He's just like,
yes.
Huh?
Yes. The guy's reaction tells me it's not staged, because everybody's suspicious this day and age of, viral videos that might be staged and it might be faked. There was a good one, by the way, of Zelensky knocking Trump out when those two met at the Oval Office, like totally fake. Totally deep fake. Obviously, Zelensky didn't knock out Trump, although he may have wanted to. Yeah, but this video is really neat. It's a screen. They got tons of cameras. This is at the detention center at the Sweetwater County Sheriff's Office, and I'll share the video is really short. I'll just share it with you while we talk about it. But yeah, the can moves. This soda can, and the reaction, the dude is he did what you and I would do. He just sort of looked, he stared at it like, what? And then he just moved it back and he looked underneath it.
Yeah, he kind of picks it up to what? And our buddy Jason Maurer down there, the longtime spokesperson for the sheriff's office, says, people have reported stuff there for years, that that things are reported happening. So whether it's haunted or not, that's a debate. But the fact that there's video with it, it's interesting.
Yeah. So I wonder, this story, Andrew Rossi wrote it. I didn't read all of it. Does it go into say what, like when this happened, the dude who's sitting at the desk who we're talking about, his reaction, and he looks at the bottom first off to see if sometimes they can't, condensation from a can of soda can create.
It does go into that. Yes.
Yeah, it can create a little puddle and the thing can scoot across the surface. He looks at it. So obviously he's like, I don't know why that moved. We got to go back and get the tape. Did he go to it like maybe he's in charge of the tape, or he goes to his superior? I'm like, this can moved. We should go back and look at the tape. It's weird.
I don't know. I don't know if he went back to him or not, but yeah, it talked about the condensation. It talked about that desk is like solid. It's built right into the concrete there. So it's not likely, a passing truck vibrations or anything. It's it's a ghost can.
There's a ghost from Sweetwater County Detention Center. Maybe a long lost inmate. Pretty weird.
Yep.
What else is that? I got to get me a Wyoming king size bed. I know that. Andrew Rossi had that story as well. That's a big bed. Bigger than the California king.
Yeah. It's huge. It's bigger than like 2 queens put together.
Yeah.
2 queen beds put together.
That's what me and the wife need, because it's me, the wife, and the cat now, and just 3 people. We need more room. We need one of these 84 by 84 inches, more than 2 queen size mattresses put together. That's your Wyoming king. You got to have a big bedroom, though.
Still not the biggest that's out there. There's the Alaska king.
Oh.
The Alaska king bed is 108 inches by 108 inches. The thing is massive. I don't know. They're probably fine for around your place, where they build these custom $1 million homes with humongous rooms and stuff. But I don't know how you fit it in anywhere.
Oh, you would need a massive bedroom.
Put it in your double car garage or something.
I guess. But up there in Alaska, they got plenty of real estate, and, maybe you want to sleep with a big giant polar bear or something. That's a big bed. Wow. Trucking fatalities on the increase, and Claire McFarland writes a story. It could have something to do with the fact that these truckers nowadays, not necessarily U.S. born, and their grasp of English may not be great. Could be.
Yeah, and that's not a racist claim. It is, it's a real concern that's starting to be documented out there, that there is a big shortage in trucking, and they're hiring, and there's a lot of people are saying it's also more unsafe because there are a lot of less experienced truckers out there. But there's a thing. I mean, if you don't read English and you can't read the signs, or now anymore they have those digital warnings about whether it's wind or about an accident up ahead or something like that. I mean, they could they could make it less safe, and you combine it with other factors, and and the numbers show that the fatalities are up.
Yeah, the statistics are clear, and it happened in 2016. For many, many years, fatalities from the trucking industry were under 4,000 for many years. And all of a sudden in 2016, we jumped from 4,500 to 5,837. In 2022, the numbers show fatalities are up, and it coincides with the fact that in 2016, the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration issued a memo telling safety inspectors, basically, don't be too hard on these drivers if they don't communicate too well in English. Just put 2 and 2 together, connect the dots, and trucking fatalities on the increase since at least 2016. Yeah. What else is in the news?
Nothing else, Jake. That's it.
Come on.
I'm just kidding. I don't know. Are you going to eat fewer Girl Scout cookies now that they could be toxic?
I just ate a whole bunch of Girl Scout cookies. Still have them. I have some tag-alongs. I don't like them that great. But I have some of the mints. The classic mint cookie. And they don't taste the same to me. I'm not saying they're chemically tasting or anything. But they don't taste as chocolatey. They don't taste as good.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. And they may have cut back. Everybody cuts back. I mean,
yeah.
You go to Burger King or someplace for a burger, and a burger that used to be like this is now like like this. So there could be some differences, but the claims on the cookies is that they contain this dangerous pesticide that they found like in Roundup and stuff. But what they don't, well, they're raising the alarm about this. What they don't tell you is that apparently it's such a small amount that the EPA says it's okay, and that David Madison, our reporter, talked to a doctor who said that a 66-pound kid would need to eat about 9,000 cookies a day to approach some kind of toxic level of ingesting this substance. So,
I know some kiddos that are on that trajectory. It's within the realm of possibility anyway. I know who you are, and so do you, cookie monsters out there. But yeah, was it just a low blow from Joe Rogan, who, like myself, has to fill airtime? He's got to come up with something. He latched on to this study from by Moms Across America testing 13 types of Girl Scout cookies and found the cookies contain trace amounts of glyphosate and other stuff. Rogan went off on it. Basically, the gist by the time it was all laid out were Girl Scout cookies are all chemicals. And there's been pushback. David Madison has a story about how the Girl Scout girls don't appreciate the bad publicity, especially when they're on their big drive. It's right now, right? When
Girl Scouts
March and April.
They're trying to poison America, I guess.
Yeah, as we speak. Yes. And
Well, I thought it was fun. I liked I liked the legislature's response to PETA's protest of the bucking horse on the license. PETA wanted to change it because it glorifies rodeo, which abuses animals. And so instead, now we're going to have a special rodeo plate.
There you go.
But Senator Brian Boner sponsored it. It's and it was signed into law. So now you can get a rodeo plate. So and it kind of makes sense. A rodeo themed plate for Wyoming.
Well, of course. I mean, our regular plate is kind of rodeo. I mean, it's rodeo enough that PETA got mad about it.
It's already rodeo. I mean, the bucking horse is
right.
Is a rodeo thing. So.
Right. But Senate File 121, which was signed by Governor Gordon, will make for a special rodeo plate. Now, help me out with a photo of this story, Greg. I'm seeing a plate of with a dinosaur. That's not the rodeo plate.
No, that's what PETA has suggested to replace.
Oh.
Yeah, they haven't done a design.
I see.
Yeah, they don't go to that expense unless it's been approved.
Okay, so we don't know. Okay, we don't know what the new rodeo plate will look like. PETA's design it looks to me, for those of you enjoying the podcast, PETA's idea of the dinosaur is, I like where they're going with it, but it's too busy, and I don't know at first glance exactly what it is. It should be way more evident if you're going to do a dinosaur. It's a little much.
Yeah, the Triceratops.
Yeah.
The state dinosaur.
Yeah. I mean,
you got a Triceratops on top of a buffalo.
It's a good try. But yeah, the bucking horse. I mean, doesn't that have to be on plates? I thought it had to be since 1937.
Well, yeah, that's what they approved the designs and stuff, and so I think like every 8 years they have to change them.
Right, but I think that Steamboat.
Yeah, but the horse has been on it like from the beginning.
Yeah, I'm
sure it's going to be on there in some way. I think if you really wanted to stick it to PETA instead of
make it bigger,
no, just put like a T-bone steak on there or something. The steak.
Well, that might be a real jab. After all, PETA's coming off a win when they won that $35,000 lawsuit from the Rock Springs Airport. Created.
It's the money isn't. They probably spent more than that litigating it, but
right.
Yeah, they get to put their anti-leather ad in there, I guess.
I'm Steamboat is supposedly the horse, or some people who might have something to say about that, but let's assume that is Steamboat. That's the bucking horse. It's a licensed, registered trademark of the state of Wyoming, and UW makes claim on that, but I'm pretty sure it has to be on the license plate by statute or something, and that's been since the late 30s, I think.
Yeah. Yep. And I don't think they'll take it off. They'll probably it'll be on there somewhere, but then there'll also probably be some other kind of rodeo scene.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about actual dinosaurs. Let's talk about those handprints that Andrew Rossi found, kind of like in the petroglyphs of the White Mountains. There's all kinds of interesting stuff. Tons of stories over the weekend. Greg, stay there. We'll be right back.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people. What are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
I don't think many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboys Day Daily Show with Jake back. Hour 1, Monday edition. First show of March. First March show ever when you consider we launched in October. So many firsts for this show. We got a Facebook Live post from Mike who said, I'm glad that dinosaur license plate is just a mock-up. So are we, Mike. We don't really like it.
Nope. It's a dinosaur.
Yeah, but we do like dinosaurs, and so does Andrew. Cool story. What a cool job. Rye Williams calls himself a dinosaur erection specialist. He's a guy who stages dinosaur skeletons. You know, if you go to a museum and there's a brontosaurus walking across the floor, he's the guy who sets those up, and he takes particular care to make sure they're in realistic poses, that they're doing things these ancient dinosaurs would have done. They're not doing anything out of the ordinary unless they're sitting down to have a cup of tea.
Yeah, those photos are hilarious, man.
They're killer.
Little tiny T-Rex with his little arms and a cup. Yep, they're...
His little short arms. Could you pour me a spot of tea? My arms are much too short to make it happen. Yeah, this is a fun setting. It's tiny. Yeah, you can't drink the tea. This is Rye Williams, who every once in a while, I mean, his work is serious for sure, but every once in a while he gets to have a little fun. And he did with his latest work at Dino Lab in British Columbia, Canada, as he sat down two mortal enemies who actually sat down to tea, had a cup of tea. It's called Bygones, obviously, Tyrannosaurus and the Triceratops, with setting aside their age-old differences and enjoying a nice cup of tea. What a great...
Can't they all just get along, Jake?
Can't we all get along, even dinosaurs? That was 3 years in the making, that piece of art. It's really cool. Find out more about this guy, Rye Williams, what he does, and just seeing that photo, just seeing that one piece called Bygones is worth the view. Go check it out. Andrew Rossi's story, It's a Real Job. Dinosaur erection specialist positions dino skeletons at museums. What a neat story.
Man, you're going to miss it. I think today we're supposed to get hammered with snow and heavy winds and stuff.
You can have it. Yeah. Cheyenne, Laramie, You're in the firing line. A little bit of winter storm watch in effect for southeast Wyoming. You're getting a little bit of something, as always happens as we get towards the end of winter and into early spring storms. East of the divide is where you get them for the most part. So, yeah, you can have that, Greg. Be careful driving around. But Andrew Rossi has that. Heads up, we'll talk to Don Day next hour, get a little more info on that. Mark Hines' story, Wyoming, the fifth state to allow guns in public schools without special permission. There's not many states that do that. New Hampshire, Alabama, Oregon, Utah, now Wyoming. When that bill passed, the repeal of gun-free zones without the signature of the governor, who took some shots at the lawmakers. And by the way, great response from that by Cassie Craven, who we will talk to next hour as well, columnist for Cowboy State Daily. She had a few things to say to the governor, who called lawmakers what do you call them, an outlaw bunch? But,
yeah, something like that, yeah.
Yeah, he said they were just grabbing power. Called them a wild bunch. And Cassie has she has a few things to say. She's so good at articulating.
I don't have a big problem with it, but I did the argument that some that some make about teachers, like, you know, if you're there at a parent teacher conference and you're telling some parents about how bad their kids being, and you don't know whether they're packing or not.
Yeah, but both teacher and parent could have guns drawn at that point. Your kid's a real disruption in the classroom. Oh, yeah? I don't know. I think it's a lot of theoretical why or when you would carry in school. I don't know we'll see any kind of difference other than to note, hopefully, fingers crossed, that Wyoming avoids any kind of mass school shooting. And if so, I think we can point to the fact that concealed carry could be happening, and you never know. There's no soft targets, so to speak. Andrew Rossi with another story about the White Mountain handprints. I've been to the White Mountains, but I didn't know these things were there, or I would have checked them out. They're really neat.
Yeah, I think there's some sandstone, so probably some ancient, like mud or something that people did this in, or I don't know, or maybe they're aliens. Could be.
Could
maybe
be
it's
alien.
a ghost. I mean, that's near Sweetwater County Jail. Maybe the ghost did those.
Something eerie going on down there.
They're pretty cool looking, though.
Yeah, they're really cool. I mean, that stone is for stone is pretty soft, so it wouldn't take too many generations, decades, centuries, I don't know, of doing this with your hand before you would be able to work in something like that. Very interesting. I didn't know they were there, but I really want to go see them now. Here's another photo. Now, for this photo, I can't say necessarily that they're hands or fingers. I don't know what they are. Nobody knows what they are, really, as Andrew explained in his story.
Yeah, and that's what's interesting. I mean, they find explanations for all kinds of things these days, but these ones are like, we're not really sure what they are.
Scientists are baffled. There's one that kind of looks more like a hand, but what if we're missing the whole thing? Right? Like, you ever see those movies with like a trick twist at the end, or a Twilight Zone episode, like for 28 minutes of the show, you think it's a hand, and then you find out the big reveal right at the end, the twist. What is it really? I don't know.
I don't know, but whatever it is, it's not around anymore. You'd think. Who knows?
That what made it? Yeah.
Yeah, could be. It could be those aliens. It's a marker, maybe.
You're just going right back to the aliens, aren't you?
Well, they're there, Jake. Probably not, but you never know.
I don't know. I don't know about that. Interesting to see what is becoming victim of the Senate's failure to approve a budget supplement. And one of the casualties may be this fancy Wyoming shooting complex they're always talking about south of Cody. Lawmakers had pledged $10 million towards the $20 million price tag, and now that may be in jeopardy.
Yeah, well, I don't know if it is or not because they've already pledged it. They've already said, the money's there, but it's not in the supplemental budget. So where is it going to come from? Who knows if it comes from anywhere? But yeah, that's the thing. Without the supplemental budget, if they want these extra things, if they want the extra money that was in it, now they're trying to, either try to put it in other bills, which some say they really can't do because there's regulations in Wyoming that you have to be pretty specific on bills.
Yeah.
You can't just, plug in, $5 million for puppies into a water bill.
Right.
Like they do in Congress.
Right. You can't just have, a non sequitur rider or some pork barrel spending attached to the. Yeah, we don't do that in Wyoming. So where do you put this? And we're running out of time if you're going to, start new legislation from scratch. House Bill 117 was voted down 16-15. That might have been the last shot, excuse the pun, for the shooting complex. We'll see. Meanwhile, you got money that needs to be spent. The Wyoming legislature agreed just late last week to set aside $15 million to inspect and repair the Green River tunnels on I-80. So that money's got to come from somewhere.
Yeah, and that's probably coming somewhere within the YDOT budget.
They were, I think they're waiting to see if YDOT can secure a federal grant. If not, I think they do intend to take it out of the rainy day fund, but I'm not sure because that would be above and beyond what YDOT has budgeted, and they're always running razor thin with their bottom line.
Yeah. Well, it's probably on the priority level of getting fixed as, like the Teton Pass was.
Yeah. I'm sure it's near the top. Anything else?
So yeah, there's a lot of really good stuff. There's a lot of interesting things. The Casper woman who makes the sand sculptures. The Wyoming's now back in the spotlight with this Gabby Petito docuseries, and the Legacy Living and Rehabilitation Center in Gillette. It's a big, cost almost $50 million to build a few years ago. It's the big assisted living center, and they have at least two pretty suspicious deaths there. One was an overdose, the other was the 80-some-year-old who froze outside the center, and there's still active investigations into those two accidents. There's another report of abuse of someone there, and there really aren't any explanations coming. I mean, they've reacted to say, okay, we're going to not have these traveling nurses and stuff because of our staff. It'll all be local. But that's kind of like trying to push it off on all the traveling people who did it. when there's no evidence that that's what happened. And really, right now, there's no explanation into how do these things, particular things, happen. How does a woman with dementia get outside and stay out there long enough to freeze right outside the thing? How does someone get an overdose?
Yeah, and how do you prevent the next one? Legacy has promised sweeping changes, and they realize this is a black eye for them, but we'll talk to Jen Coker tomorrow more about that. We got to bounce for news, Greg.
All right. Thanks a lot, Jake.
Have a great day.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, March 3rd. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. It was a tragedy that captured the world's attention when a 22-year-old aspiring YouTuber from New York disappeared in Wyoming in August of 2021. Gabby Petito's remains would be found less than a month after she disappeared near a campsite in the Bridger-Teton National Forest. Her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, left a note admitting to killing her before taking his own life. Now, Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the spotlight again falls on Wyoming with the recent release of the 3-part Netflix docuseries American Murder, Gabby Petito.
They were living their dream and they came to Wyoming, which was one of the places on their list to go. And the way that ended is just so tragic. But what I like particularly about the Netflix docuseries is the way it ended. It ended with the family all coming back to the exact spot where she was killed in the Spread Creek dispersed camping area. And they had a celebration of life for her.
The docuseries has sparked renewed interest in the case as the world again tunes in to discover the details of the couple's lives and the unraveling of their relationship in their short time traversing the country in their white Ford van. A study recently published by View Homes puts Montana, Alaska, and Wyoming as the top 3 states for fastest selling real estate. That's based on 150,000 Zillow listings and what percentage are still in the market after 30 days. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to real estate agents and mortgage lenders in these markets who say despite what's considered a slow time for real estate sales, home sales from the Canadian border to Cheyenne are still moving.
I just spoke to a loan officer who said that the trend that he's seeing is that homes below $600,000 and really expensive homes over $1.5 million, those are still moving pretty well.
Madison found that Montana and Wyoming might have a low percentage of homes that stay on the market past 30 days because there's a small inventory of homes for sale. Plus, these states are attractive to those still buying homes, even with mortgage interest rates hovering between 6 and 7%. When he was 16, Gary Dickinson snuck hot rod magazines into his classrooms at school and fashioned his first speed machine. Now 72, Gary Dickinson has collected 5 acres of rusted, faded, and diamond-in-the-rough classic cars on the old rail right-of-way northwest of Glen Rock. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck took a trip out to Dickinson's junkyard. From above, it looks like the ultimate before photo of dozens of rare and coveted vintage cars just waiting for someone to restore them for the after shot.
It's a classics junkyard. So that means that it has cars going back 100 years and through probably the 60s. He has some from the 70s and 80s as well, but mostly 60-year-old cars that a lot of people would look at as diamonds in the rough.
Among his prizes are a 1949 Pontiac, a 1946 Mercury, and a 1958 Chevy Biscayne. Dickinson also has a Kaiser model from 1950 with a buffalo symbol still adorning its hood. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Happy Valley near Cheyenne has something no one would ever expect to find. It's a medieval-style mead hall in the King's Old English, built using an ingenious, near-extinct construction method called a cruck. Giant trees that form a natural arch cut in half lengthwise, facing each other, forming an arch that holds up the roof. The home was built by Cooning Meadowcroft, who came to America from England and settled on Wyoming as his forever home. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke with Meadowcroft, who said building Angle Coon Hall has been a lifelong journey.
When he came to America, he landed in Happy Valley. It was a place that didn't have any zoning laws. He could find land that wasn't in a homeowners association because he knew he would have a hard time explaining crooks to Americans. He knew this was going to take him a while to do.
Meadowcroft isn't finished with his home yet. He expects he'll always be working on it, but it's finished enough to feel like home. One man's castle in a happy valley, a place where anyone can live like Alfred, King of Wessex, happily ever after into a new golden age. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Hour 2 here on a Monday. Bracing for a winter storm in the southeast part of the state. And looking forward to getting Bighorn County Sheriff Ken Blackburn on the show. Sheriff Blackburn will join us in his capacity as chair of the Wyoming Search and Rescue Council. He'll be on just a little bit. We'll find out more about what he does in that position and what the Wyoming Search and Rescue Council is. And then Cassie Craven, Cowboy State Daily columnist, will be on right after that. That's all coming up here in this second hour. Hoping to have this young lady on the show. We've reached out, the Casper artist, sandcastle artist, Catherine Morris. She lives in Casper, and she does her best work right outside of Glendo, including this piece of work, and I'm going to share the photo of a cowboy boot. This is made out of sand. It's hard to believe this is made out of sand. This is Sunset Catherine Johnson Morris with a giant boot. Looks like it's a real boot made out of leather, but that's all made out of sand. Catherine took that photo. This boot, as far as we know, is still standing right now on the shore of Glendo Reservoir. And yeah, she's learn more about her in this story written by Renee Jean, who introduces us to this sand artist. I guess you'd have to call her. And Catherine says, I've been fascinated with sand since I went on vacation with my family in Florida in 2019. How old is Catherine? If she went to Florida with her family in 2019, was she a kid? I don't see her. Oh, there she is. I guess she just went with her family. She doesn't look like a kid, but she's a pretty good sand artist. I'll share some more photos for those of you enjoying the podcast version. That's Catherine Morris posing with a sand castle on the shore of Glendo in Glendo State Park. There's another piece of work, a Monopoly piece. Yeah, she does all kinds of stuff. A lot of sand castles. That takes a unique skill set to be able to do sand art. Typical sand castles, but the classic, the all-time is the sand boot. This thing stands like 6 foot tall. And when it comes to building stuff, art in sand, Catherine's the first to say Wyoming sand is the best. It packs better, it holds together longer, and better than Florida sand. Great story from Renee Jean. She'll be on the show tomorrow, I think, or Wednesday, and we'll talk to her more. Hopefully we can get Catherine Morris on the show ourselves. We've reached out, and we'll try to get her on and pick her brain, find out exactly what inspires her to make sand art. I need to know now. And we'll try to get her on the show. David Madison up there in Montana has this story about the hottest real estate markets going. What states have the fastest selling real estate? Well, Montana and Wyoming, of course. A new real estate report finds Wyoming, Montana, Alaska have the fastest selling real estate market. That meaning when something is listed, how fast does it sell? And across the country, there are places like, for instance, a Redfin survey found that for the rest of the country where normal real estate is happening, that survey found 71% of active real estate agents did not close on a single home in 2024. It sounds hard to believe when you live in Wyoming or Montana, where the real estate market always seems to be pretty red hot. Based on 150,000 Zillow listings, View Homes conducted the survey that found Montana, Alaska, and Wyoming top the list as the fastest selling real estate markets, mostly because of the limited inventory, certainly in Wyoming. In Montana, 15.6% of residential properties sat on the market for more than 30 days, according to the data. 15.5% sat on the market for more than 30 days. In Alaska, that number was more like 17.5%. In Montana, in Wyoming, just 18% of the homes listed on Zillow have been there for more than 30 days. The rest presumably sold in under 30 days. Makes it a pretty red hot market. David Madison talked more with Wendy Core about that story.
A study recently published by View Homes puts Montana, Alaska, and Wyoming as the top 3 states for fastest selling real estate based on 150,000 Zillow listings and what percentage are still on the market after 30 days. But Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to real estate agents and mortgage lenders in these markets who say despite what's considered a slow time for real estate sales, home sales from the Canadian border to Cheyenne are still moving.
These Rocky Mountain markets and the Pacific Northwest market is still hot. Montana leads the pack, and a lot of that has to do with the appeal of the state because of the show Yellowstone reached such a massive market. It was the #1 show in the world. That has realtors smiling and a lot of locals kind of grumbling. I just spoke to a loan officer who said that the trend that he's seeing is that homes below $600,000 and really expensive homes over $1.5 million, those are still moving pretty well.
Madison found that Montana and Wyoming might have a low percentage of homes that stay on the market past 30 days because there's a smaller inventory of homes for sale. Plus, these states are attractive to those still buying homes, even with mortgage interest rates hovering between 6 and 7%.
Yeah, in Wyoming, you know, the reason for a swift-moving real estate market, fast-selling homes, is inventory. Inventory is very limited in Wyoming, very low in Wyoming. The tightest market county-wise appears to be Natrona at 1.79% availability. About 2% in Sweetwater County, all the way up to about 5.63% in Park County. That leads all counties. So if you're looking for somewhere to buy, you better contact our friends at 307 Real Estate up there in Cody, because Park County has the most available inventory, and even that number is pretty thin at 5.63%. Not much. David Madison has that story. You want to check that out in the Cowboy State Daily. We're also trying to get a hold of this guy. Hopefully have him on the show tomorrow. Kooning Meadowcroft built his home in Happy Valley near Cheyenne using a near extinct construction method called Cruck to build it. The former Brit built his dream home, a medieval English mead home. He built it all by himself. And when you see a photo of it, it's an impressive looking building, but it does conjure images of, you know, old England. Here's a photo of Angelicine Heel. I'm sure I'm not saying that right. I'm barely saying this guy's name right. It's spelled Cyning, but it's pronounced Kooning, apparently. But these homes, the construction method called Cruck. Crucks are made from old growth trees, split vertically down the middle and bent toward each other to form a wooden Gothic style arch. Apparently you just don't see this kind of construction anymore, even in England, and certainly not in Wyoming. But Kooning Meadowcroft, who came to America for health reasons, settled in Wyoming, really wanted his forever home to be something of old England, like 1,000 years ago. It's pretty neat. Total throwback. Renee Jean talks to Wendy Core more about the story right here.
And Happy Valley near Cheyenne has something no one would ever expect to find. It's a medieval-style mead hall in the King's Old English, built using an ingenious, near-extinct construction method called a cruck. Giant trees that form a natural arch cut in half lengthwise facing each other, forming an arch that holds up the roof. The home was built by Kooning Meadowcroft, who came to America from England for health reasons and settled on Wyoming as his forever home. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke with Meadowcroft, who said building Anglecoon Hall has been a lifelong journey.
He came over here from England. He was a furniture maker and carpenter, and he had gotten kind of fascinated with these crooks through his work with historic preservation. And he had been to designing a home made out of crooks. And so when he came to America, he landed in Happy Valley. It was a place that didn't have any zoning laws. He could find land that wasn't in a homeowners association because he knew he would have a hard time explaining crooks to Americans. He knew this was going to take him a while to do. Normally, when you stand these crooks up, you got to think about a tree that's 250 years old. It's a 3-story crook, and you're going to stand that up to the sky. Well, he's just one guy. Normally, when you do this, you'd build the crook on the ground, and then 100 people would lift this up, but he just had himself. And I just think it's kind of amazing. When you go into this house, there's no clue on the outside, really, that this home has something different about it.
Meadowcroft isn't finished with his home just yet. He expects that he'll always be working on it, but it is finished enough to feel like home. One man's castle in a happy valley, a place where anyone can live like Alfred, King of Wessex, happily ever after, into a new golden age.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I love the look of that old home. Very nice. Let's get into the Zoom room. Welcome in this guy. It's day weather forecast on day, and the state looks, what a weekend. First off, we got acknowledged on. Thank you for that extended weekend. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. I mean, it was just glorious. Pretty much everywhere, right?
Oh, it was. You don't get weekends like that on the first weekend of March, that's for sure. And the timing was during the weekend, right? So not always do you get a stretch of weather like that, but have it happen over the weekend. So a lot of folks catching spring fever over the last few days, that's for sure.
Felt like it. Normally March, in one day of March, you can have the gamut. Sun, snow, rain, the whole bit, within a couple hours. And maybe we're getting more toward the unsettled kind of a March we're used to. Before we talk about the winter storm warning in southeast Wyoming and other stuff going on in the state, I just wanted to throw this. I don't know. Again, I always throw you oddball curveballs just to see if you're ready. Wildfires that we just had last month in LA in winter, and now the Carolinas are burning down. I don't remember wildfires in winter like this. What is going on? Is this weather related? What's happening?
Well, wildfires do happen in winter. I mean, so from that standpoint, they do happen not as frequently, obviously, as the summer and the fall. Now, the Carolinas have been dry, and so they're not in a widespread severe drought situation, but they've hit a little bit of a dry patch. And like the California wildfires, Jake, and a lot of the wildfires the United States has experienced, we always got to be really careful and not just immediately blame the weather. And this is something that kind of gets in my craw a little bit, especially when there's arson, especially when there's power lines that go down. Sure, it's been dry, but a lot of human factors play a big role in these fires. Now, the longer term trends does bring rain back into that part of the country here over the next couple of weeks. So there's going to be some help, but I can't really comment and say, oh, let's immediately blame the weather. I mean, it kind of feels like it's always the result. No matter what happens with the weather, or if it's weather related, people go right to the weather angle, and it plays a role, but it's not all of it.
Yeah. I know that's a good thing to keep in mind. A lot of these man-caused things are reasons we have wildfires or bigger wildfires, and lack of mitigation for that. There's more humans out there interfacing with forested areas. So yeah, there's a lot of reasons.
Well, let me give you an example that happened nearby a week ago. Okay, so we started last week with a lot of high winds. So there were red flag warnings issued, high winds warnings issued for eastern Wyoming and western Nebraska last week. In the middle of a red flag warning and a high wind warning, someone decided to burn garbage. Okay? Fire starts. So it's just like, I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
When everyone says, don't do it. Think about it. So we had an example in western Nebraska that wildfire blew up very, very quickly, and one started also near Torrington. And it's just like, people have to be a little smarter, which is asking a lot. I know.
Yeah, weather doesn't burn things down. People do. That's the message today. Well, after the fantastic weekend, seeing a little more unstable conditions, certainly for Cheyenne and Laramie. What's happening statewide?
Yeah, we have two storm systems. And the first storm system is Wyoming is going to essentially miss the worst of it. We do have high wind warnings and winter storm watches and warnings for the extreme southeast corner of the state. This next storm is going to really hit Nebraska hard. There are blizzard warnings in effect for a large part of Nebraska, extreme northeastern Colorado and northwest Kansas. The western edge of the storm will bring some snow and wind to southeastern Wyoming, but the amounts of snow I don't think are going to be too heavy, but certainly it's going to be enough to be a concern for travelers and livestock interests. And a lot of the other parts of Wyoming will get some snow tonight and tomorrow as well, but more of a scattered snow shower pattern. I think the bigger storm, Jake, that will have a bigger impact on Wyoming is the second one, which moves into western Wyoming late Wednesday and Wednesday night. And Thursday and Friday, most of Wyoming, if not all of it's going to get snowed on. So the first one mainly affecting the southeast, the second one statewide.
I had my eye on Thursday. Don't put away the snow shovel just yet.
Oh, no, not at all. No.
All right. Thank you, Don.
Thank you.
Day weather forecast. Take a quick break. Come back with Ken Blackburn.
My name is Dre. And I had a stroke when I was only 16 years old.
It was a normal Saturday. He played 2 games back to back. During the games, something was off. He said his arm felt heavy. By 1 a.m., he was in emergency brain surgery because he was having a stroke.
I didn't want to, but I felt like I was just giving up.
That's when I found American Heart Association. They saved me that night. I don't know if Dre would be here today if it wasn't for the work that the American Heart Association has done.
The American Heart Association supports life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs. We are fighting to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke, educating people on prevention and early detection, and working every day to find treatments and cures so you and your loved ones can live happier, healthier lives. To learn more, go to heart.org today.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues here in hour 2 as we welcome into the Zoom room Sheriff Ken Blackburn, Bighorn County Sheriff, and he's also, by the way, chair of the Wyoming Search and Rescue Council. Welcome to the show, Sheriff.
Thank you.
We're going to learn what the Wyoming Search and Rescue Council is and what you do and all that stuff. First, and I don't want to belabor it, and I don't want to harp on it too much. You've had enough of it, I'm sure. But Bighorn County includes Byron, and we know what happened there. I just want to make sure, to your satisfaction, of all your first responders getting what they need in the aftermath as far as counseling, and you feel like everybody's in a good place?
We're getting there. You know, when you fall off a cliff, it takes a little time to heal up, but several of my dedicated people are in various stages of healing, and we're working on making sure that they get to a good place.
Wyoming Search and Rescue Council. I don't know how long, and you can tell me how long they've been around. It's volunteers. You're chairing, and I think you got 4-year runs for everybody who's on the board, and you help procure equipment and necessary funds. There's search and rescue all around the state. I think pretty much every county has one. Here in Teton, we have an elite force, Tip Top, and in Sublet. I mean, we got some great search and rescues across the state. How do they get their gear? How do they get their stuff? I imagine that's Search and Rescue Council. How long you been around, and what is it? What kind of role do you play in helping search and rescues everywhere?
Well, I've been in the first responder world for about 40 years now. I started out on ambulances. My passion is actually search and rescue. Realized in Wyoming, riding ambulances wasn't going to feed the family, so I lateraled into law enforcement in about 1986, and I've been in law enforcement ever since. Your questions are really good. That's kind of a breakdown. There are 23 counties in the good state of Wyoming, and all 23 counties have search and rescue representation of some form or another. And virtually all search and rescue is almost 100% volunteer. I don't know of any reimbursed search and rescues financially for wages, with the exception of a retirement account that we pushed through as legislation with the legislator the legislation, Senate and House, that supported us on that. And if I call it the truck payment for life, if they join search and rescue and they put in their time, it's a retirement for the rest of their life. It's called the Volunteer Retirement Fund, much like the firemen and the ambulance services have. So we were successful in getting that through a few years ago, and I think that's the only real remuneration that the search and rescue volunteers have. By state statute, Title 18, it's statute number 183609, and it says that the sheriff of each county will be the official responsible for coordination of all search and rescue operations within their jurisdiction. So that is the statute that founded search and rescue and put it in the sheriff's laps. From there, it was largely funded by the volunteers themselves, and then by county coffers. The counties would pony up money, and obviously it's a lower priority in some counties than others. Some counties don't have a lot of search and rescue on the eastern side of the state. Some counties, like on the western side of the state, and you very aptly and appropriately stated Teton and Sublette counties, those guys are top of the line. They're kind of the gold standard in the state. Park County does a bang up job, and little old Bighorn County, we sit in there about, usually along with Fremont County, we go in anywhere from 2 to 4 on numbers of searches per year that we log. And we're kind of a sleeper. We have the Bighorn Mountains over here, and most people look on the map of the Cowboy State and they see the Bighorn Mountains is just a spot in between Lovell and Sheridan, or vice versa. And they don't realize that that's got actually the 4th highest peak in the state, and it's got a wilderness area, and there's some waterways and various other public lands that make it a pretty significant rescue area, especially with folks pushing in from the outside. To finish the answer, the money started getting a little bit difficult for all the counties, and so the legislature again went to the drawing board, and they came up with the Search and Rescue Council, and those are in state statute or Title 19, and then they also came up within state statute Title 31. I won't bore you with all the numbers, but that developed a $2 checkoff for all RV sticker, or not RV stickers, off-road stickers, snowmobile stickers, those types of things. And that money, along with a checkoff that you pay when you have your hunting licenses, the sportsmen and the outdoor recreationists have largely funded to the tune of about $400,000 on a biennium, or every 2 years. And then that's not quite accurate, but it's in that number. We have that money that goes into the council. It goes in through Homeland Security, the Wyoming Homeland Security, and they are the pass-through organization. By statute, in those titles, the Search and Rescue Council was created, and we have 11 people, I believe, that sit on the council. There's 3 sheriffs, a county commissioner, a at-large police officer, the director of Homeland Security has a vote on the council, and then additionally a couple of citizens at large round out those numbers. And that council meets regularly. It used to be once a year, but we've decided there's a little too much, so we meet twice a year, and we're starting to do quarterly Zoom meetings so that we can meet the needs of the rescues that are exponentially increasing. And I don't have those numbers in front of me, but you know, tourism is a great thing, and the tourism board is pushing tourism out there. We're seeing a large increase of tourism, especially post-COVID and during COVID. And those people are pushing farther into the wilds, and we're seeing some more unique rescues than I've ever seen in my career. And we're seeing a larger burden on our finances as a result of that. And we're coming close. The council has been extremely conservative with their management of that, and they've always tried to leave a surplus, but that surplus is getting less and less and less. And we on the council see we're coming to a point where we're going to, in the future, start to come into more of the red. With the increase of expenses, you can see obviously that sooner or later, some of that money, one bad rescue could take all of that council. We only run about $1 million to $1.5 million in the black on any given time, and we can give out as much as $250,000 on a reimbursement cycle. And I should back up just a little bit. The counties are still responsible for the day-to-day funding. We don't reimburse any wages. We only reimburse the cost of equipment, specialized training, or damaged equipment that's been harmed, or flight operations as a result of search and rescues in the state.
We're talking to Ken Blackburn. He's a sheriff of Bighorn County, also chairs the Wyoming Search and Rescue Council. Wyoming's a big state with a lot of big empty, and it's easy to get yourself messed up in this state. We're talking about search and rescue operations averaging across the state about 300 missions a year. And you alluded to the state statute, Sheriff Blackburn, that it's on the sheriffs of every county. You're the ones who get the call. You're the ones who are responsible for assisting in a search and rescue operation. Therefore, these search and rescue groups for every county are vital, because very often, I'm sure, your deputies are busy doing what deputies do every day, and they can't be pulled off what they do every day to run big missions. Let me run this by you. Walk me through a scenario. Bighorn County, 911 call comes in. Somebody's lost in Lovell. Somebody went out to look for wild horses. They're lost in Lovell. The call comes in. What do you do?
Well, last week, exactly real scenario, 5 snowmobilers on the top of the Bighorns, stuck just at dark, big winds coming up, some storm brewing up. We were pushing. It's been kind of a rough week. The call comes into dispatch. Dispatch immediately notifies the duty deputy, and then the calls start going out from there to the search and rescue captains. Bighorn County has 2 diverse geographical areas, and so we call it north and south, and the call goes in appropriately to both of those agencies because it's going to be taxing on the resources, and we're calling for sleds in this particular, and good sledders. And I'm quite blessed to have some of the best sledders in Wyoming. The call went out, and immediately, I think within 5 minutes, we had 11 responders with 7 sleds headed up the mountain and 1 tracked ATV. They took a few minutes to rally while our ICS people, that's the incident command people, got coordinates and got everything going. We pull spot weather forecasts on the mountain so we know what we're doing. And within a matter of about 15 to 20 minutes, they were on the road up the mountain. Road time up there was about 35 minutes. From there, they deployed the on-scene people that stayed with the vehicles and the command center, and those there were coordinating everything on radios while the other rescuers went out. We're fortunate to be able to quickly locate. Also, there was a grooming vehicle that was close by that was grooming, was able to respond. We do have a lot of times that our outfitters up there for the various things also respond to help. And it comes together extremely quickly. Short version, people were rescued, their machines were rescued, and they were headed off the mountain in about an hour and a half total time. And everybody was back at the hall safe in about 3 hours.
Fantastic. One last thing, Sheriff Blackburn, give me just an idea of the amount of training that goes in. Keep in mind, these search and rescue folks are volunteers. They volunteer their time. They have day jobs. And when they get the page out, they're ready to drop all that and get to it. But it doesn't just happen by chance. You don't just become good at search and rescue. The training is unreal. It's just extensive amount of training.
Well, and there's so many different disciplines. It's kind of amazing how dedicated these are. I laugh when you say that because when I was testifying to the legislature, to one of the select committees, the good folks down there at the legislature, one of them said, well, they're just hobbyists. And I recognize there's decorum and respect in the legislature, but I about came out of my seat. If they've ever seen some of these hobbyists and the time and the hours they put in, I'm sure they probably would have taken those words back. And I had someone one time tell me, well, they just like the fancy shirts and the little lights. Well, probably, I won't deny that, but in the same respect, I don't think people realize the time that these kids, and I call them kids because I'm getting a little older, put into this. On these particular disciplines, just dive certifications for diving people, swift water certifications, high angle technical rope rescue, just to be able to get on the line in a rescue with rope rigging. And the things that are done, if you've ever been to Teton County's search and rescue hall, they have that wall that they do a lot of their rigging on indoors, and they're constantly, these are what we call perishable skills that have to be honed time after time after time, and the redundancy to build in that muscle memory when you're on the side of a cliff to be able to do that. People don't understand the preparation, the hours. I couldn't even begin to tell you the number of hours. We have a hoist operation team that gets out of a helicopter and goes down to rescue people. It's a game changer in so many areas. Horse rescue, snowmobile rescue, ATV, foot rescue, search patterns. We have missing people we go search for with all that. Park County next to us has a wonderful dog team that has cadaver dogs and search dogs. They're constantly training, much like a drug dog. Those animals have to hone their craft. It's just an amazing amount of hours, and it's a calling, it's a career without being paid.
Yeah, across the state of Wyoming, you got elite search and rescue in every county. We're talking to Ken Blackburn, Bighorn County Sheriff, and the chair of the Wyoming Search and Rescue Council. And Sheriff, we're remembering Sheriff Gary Short Rope Anders. We're remembering you guys in Bighorn County and what you're going through. The whole state is behind you. And stay safe, man. Keep doing what you're doing. Appreciate you coming on.
Thank you, sir.
You bet.
Have a great day.
You too. Cowboy State Daily Show continues with Cassie Craven into the scene right after this quick break.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
At Renewal by Anderson, we ask, why should we only feel the love on Valentine's Day in February? We have declared the entire month of February as the month of love. That's right, we did it. We laugh at February snow and cold. We love installing the best new windows and doors. We love how warm, cozy, quiet, and more valuable our awesome windows and doors make our customers' homes. Love, love, love. Tell someone you love them today, and please book your free estimate right now at rbawyoming.com. Feel the love every day in February with Renewal by Anderson.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboys State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 2. And we'll be joined by Cassie Craven shortly. Cassie's unable to join us via Zoom, so the first thing she's going to have to do is answer to why not. I'm trying to find a headshot for Cassie. Cassie, you with us? I don't...
I'm here. How are you, Jake?
I'm good. It's not the same as seeing you, but it'll work.
I'm sorry. I'm really sick, and I don't think you want to see me.
Oh, man, I tell you, I was sick for a long time, like bad. So what do you got going? Like crud, flu, cold?
I have pneumonia, actually.
Yeah, I had that. I had the whole bit. I had, you know, I had a cold that turned into like a flu that turned into pneumonia, all of it. And it's just in my lungs and it will not come out.
I was watching you this morning, though. You look tan. You got some sun this weekend.
I did. It was sunny. It was a little bit sunny.
You look good. I look bad.
No.
You'll look good enough for both of us today.
All right. I'm going to have to cover for both of us. Let's talk. Your column is so good. You know, Governor Gordon used that repeal of the gun-free zones to make a statement. I believe he was making a response statement to what he thought was a statement made by lawmakers. You know, it's kind of back and forth they go, governor and the legislative session known as the Wild Bunch. And you came out and, you know, stuck up for the legislators if they truly are doing the Wild Bunch. And you equated wild to equaling free. Sometimes you equated fervor with equaling the mandate of the electorate. These lawmakers are carrying out the will of the public, and if the governor sees them as a wild bunch, so be it, huh?
Yeah, I thought it was interesting seeing some of the floor debates this last week, and clearly some of the more moderate folks went back home and asked their constituents what they felt about some of these bills, which are supposedly so wild and crazy, and they found out pretty quickly that people supported them and that they should vote for them if they wanted to be reelected. And it was obvious from a lot of those conversations on the floor that that's exactly what was happening. And so I don't think the fervor that was talked about by Senator Nethercott was a bad thing. I think, sometimes when you're representative of your constituents, you should vote how they want you to vote, right? It's not your personal opinion. You're supposed to be a representative of the people, and some of them did a good job of acknowledging that. The Women's Spaces bill, a lot of them had issues with how it was structured, right? For the first time, we saw a bill that makes it easier to sue the government. It doesn't allow for the Governmental Claims Act to provide a buffer or immunity, and it gives a path to hold them accountable. And so Senator Nethercott really didn't like that, saying that it's more about the individual who violates the law, not the government. But like I said in the column, I think it's time that the government had a little skin in the game, because this hands-off approach, this is the problem where you have no rules, right? And everything's just subjective. Things have went too far, and we have to have a course correction, and that's why you're seeing a lot of executive action at the federal level, and that's why you're seeing a state legislature making more law. And typically we don't like that, but it's required in times such as these where the pendulum has swung so far the other way.
Yeah. You talk about it in this column. I implore you folks, if you're listening, to read this column and understand what we're talking about. Cassie Craven's latest opinion column, very interesting. The Wild Bunch is Wyoming. Heads up, Governor. You know, you have brought me around to your way of thinking regarding Tara Nethercott. Last week, I saw her vote, and I saw her reasoning regarding who uses what bathroom, and she had issues with it for the right reasons, I think, especially a lawyer, Cassie. You could understand some potential flaws in the bill, but in the end, she said, I hear it. I feel it. It's the fervor. It's the will of the people. So I'm going to get on board. I gave Senator Nethercott a hard time for not voting her conscience, for not voting, sticking up and not voting what she believes. But you're right that you're there to vote. You're elected. You're there to vote your constituents' voice. So I hear you.
Well, I don't understand when legislators say that. You know, this bill is terrible. It's awful. You're on the floor. You can amend it. And by the way, you're a lawyer, so I'm sure you've got plenty of good ideas on how that should look. And then everyone could vote it up or vote it down. I think it's sort of just a gutless way to try to undermine the credibility of a bill or make the people that brought it look bad. But you're on committees. You could have worked it during the committee. You could have brought floor amendments 3 different times in 3 separate readings. I mean, I don't like that approach to sort of just attack the credibility of the bringers of a bill and say that it's terrible and it sucks when it's been sitting there the whole time. They could have done something. And in fact, she's one of a handful of lawyers. So if it has scathing legal problems, she should probably be making amendments. That's probably her duty. And so I never like that approach. I feel like that's politics. They're just saying something to try to cast doubt over it and make it look like the people that brought it didn't do a good job. I've read that bill, and I don't think there's anything crazy in it. It's long, for sure. It goes like, I think, 19 pages, if I remember. It has all the definitions. It's very thorough. They just didn't like the approach that it allowed you to sue the government and got rid of the Governmental Claims Act, because that's like unheard of. That just doesn't happen. So it's different. But it's not a bad bill. It's not a lazy bill. It's not leaving holes in the law. They just don't like what it does and the accountability that it brings to the government's door. But at the end of the day, I think it gets skin in the game for the government to protect us, like I said in the column, instead of sending us to sensitivity training. And I think that that's a big deal. And the same goes for the governor. When I talk about the gun bill that he let go into law this year, but he vetoed last year. He knew it was coming back. This was no surprise. He vetoed it last year, and now we have a more conservative legislature. So what did he think was going to happen? He could have come to the table. He could have worked with the bringers of the bill. He could have said, here are some ideas I'd like to see. Here are my thoughts. That happens all the time. But it's easier for this governor to just sit back, do nothing, and then in the 11th hour, just attack the people that are bringing the bill as dropping a political bomb. It's not a political bomb. He knew it was coming for a year. I mean, I just don't appreciate gutless politicking, and that's what we're seeing. Like, you want to talk about grandstanding? That's what this is. It's not the Freedom Caucus running for election, like some people say. No, this is gutless politicking, where all of a sudden, not just the Freedom Caucus, but the conservative-leaning legislature generally is shining a light on how useless and worthless half of our elected officials were and have been, and how easy it actually is to get things done. And they don't like looking stupid. So instead of looking stupid, they think it's easier to just attack and name call and say that everyone's bought and paid for, taking marching orders from D.C., and it's ridiculous because they look bad, and they know they look bad.
The governor took the opportunity in not signing the bill to take some shots at the legislature, lackadaisical, grabbing power, calling them wild ones, were among the things. You're not alone in speculating that the governor's actions look more like someone who has intentions beyond the governorship of Wyoming. He's in this final term. It could be there's something in his future politically, maybe the next step up the ladder.
Yeah, I can't opine on any other reason why he would suddenly pretend to be kind of conservative. But in my opinion, like, just pick a side if you're going to do that. Like, I would have more respect for you if you were strong in your beliefs and stuck with them than if you're like a fair weather politician that votes certain ways to get you places in life. Like, I hate that. There's nothing more politicky than that.
Yeah.
And so it's just irritating to me if you can't tell.
Yeah, and the opportunity to show backbone, to take a strong stand, to do something rather than go with the flow was COVID, and you brought it up. You pointed to South Dakota and the way they handled it, and the way Wyoming handled it was more not South Dakota's way. I thought that was interesting in the article. And I've never seen this 1994 film with honors, but I love the quote from it because it does show the pendulum swing and course correction and getting back to what founding fathers intended with this country. They never wanted us, America, to be a government of royalty. They wanted us to be governed by citizens, listeners, not lecturers. What a great quote from the movie. And Man, that's right where we are right now in Wyoming.
I think you'd love that movie. It's almost as old as I am, but it's really good, and I think that's what makes America America, right? Like we've always been a country of outlaws, of renegades, of people saying the king doesn't get to tell us what to do. We're not kissing the ring, and I think that this session really has cast a light on some of the people that got elected under that exact premise, and they've been receiving a lot of criticism for it. I mean, you had Ken Pendergraph on the floor when Landon Brown blew up, and he was saying, you're right, I don't totally know what all's in this bill. You know, I'm not a lawyer, but I co-sponsored it. Here's my understanding of what it does. I don't know every single in and out in detail, but I know it's the right thing, and here's why. And he received a ton of criticism for that, but that's honest. Like, we elected coal miners and ranchers and people who had never been politicians. They weren't establishment. They didn't work for a school district or a government agency, how a lot of ours do. These are people that just literally got elected because they were like-minded with constituents who said, Wyoming's not conservative at all. We've been living in a facade. I mean, when Kristi Noem shut down the COVID stuff, they had like parades in the street. They had ambulances and cop cars with their lights on. She's standing in front of the Capitol completely shocked and crying. Like, people loved her. They loved that she stood for freedom. And so I don't mean to just be hypercritical of a governor who I think is a kind man, but that is not him. And this is Wyoming. So why is that not the case? Like, why should South Dakota be different than us?
Strong words, strong stance from Cassie Craven. Read her latest in the Cowboy State Daily. Cassie, thanks for joining us, and be well.
All right. Thanks, Jake.
You bet. All right. We got to get to news with Wendy Core.
It's time to take a look at what's happening on Wyoming for Monday, March 3rd. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Traffic crashes involving large commercial trucks have been on the rise since 2016, and some in the industry are pointing to a simultaneous rise in non-English speaking truckers. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 2016 was the year the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration issued a memorandum telling safety inspectors not to suspend commercial drivers for failing to communicate well in English.
Because before, they couldn't pull you from your operation if you could not read the signs, communicate with the general public, and log your own reports in English. And then in 2016, there was this memo saying, oh, don't suspend them for this anymore. After that, the fatalities really started to climb.
Wyoming is no stranger to deadly large truck crashes and had the most per capita of any state in 2022. At Wyoming's Evanston-based port of entry, it is not uncommon for Highway Patrol inspectors to encounter truckers with non-citizen licensed commercial driver's license. With President Donald Trump's promises to drill, baby, drill, many Wyoming oil and gas service business owners are hopeful that an energy boom is waiting around the corner. But for now, though, it's been a game of hurry up and wait. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that operators are still having a hard time getting permits, although some activity has picked up, with optimism riding high.
The more you produce, the bigger the supply is. What happens to price? It goes down. So if you get below that $60 per barrel oil, you're not going to drill a new well. I think the other contributing factor, permits are still taking a long time to get, right?
Additionally, Jean reports that the industry's own success is making new wells unnecessary. Oil and gas engineers are learning how to enhance the oil recovery and make their wells last longer so they don't have to drill a new well as often to keep the production high. With the repeal of Wyoming gun-free zones, it's become one of only 5 states allowing people to carry concealed weapons in K-12 public schools without requiring special permission from school authorities. Effective July 1st, adults aged 21 and older with concealed carry permits may also take their weapons into public schools in Wyoming with the passage of House Bill 172. Governor Mark Gordon allowed the bill to pass into law without his signature late Thursday, although Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports he also expressed his opposition to it.
I guess you could say under protest, Governor Gordon allowed the repeal of gun-free zones to pass into law without his signature. Near as I was able to find out, Alabama, Oregon, and Utah are the only states that currently allow people with concealed carry permits to take their weapons onto public school grounds without first obtaining special permission from school administrators or a school district.
However, private property won't be affected by the new law. Any private ventures can still choose to prohibit civilians from carrying firearms there. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicholas and Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
There are dozens of important and much visited petroglyph sites throughout the American West, so it takes a lot for one of those sites to stand out. That's what makes the White Mountain petroglyphs north of Rock Springs one of the most unique, hands down. The site's most intriguing feature is a soft sandstone pillar in front of the main face. Several handprints have been deeply elongated and embedded on all sides of the pillar, and Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that it's a petroglyph that archaeologists have yet to understand.
There are theories about what these hand grooves might have been. They could have been a source of obtaining power. One of the more controversial theories is that they're actually evidence from birthing sites of women actually grasping onto the pillar while giving birth. But the one thing that archaeologists can agree on is that there's nothing quite like them in Wyoming or anywhere else for that matter. They're a unique structure that obviously have some kind of important significance, but unlike other petroglyphs where you can see the same images at several sites and get an idea of what's being depicted, these grooves are unlike any other petroglyphs and their symbolism remains unknown.
Thanks to social media, the handprints have become the most recognizable feature at the White Mountain Petroglyph site. Archaeologists hope increased visibility will increase awareness and responsible visitation of the unique site. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily. Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Corr, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
In southwest Wyoming, wide open space is waiting. This is how we explore it. In Rock Springs and Green River, Wyoming. Plan your adventure at explorewy.com.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. And we get into the Zoom room with David Madison. David, you had, I don't know how we're going to get to it all. You had a lot of great stories. Let's start with the real estate biz.
Yeah.
Not a surprise to hear that Wyoming and Montana remain pretty hot markets. A lot of it due to the limited inventory. There's just not a lot out there. So demand is high and supply is low. What did you find out?
Yeah, there's always a few different ways you can look at these statistical stories. Newsweek came out with a report. Montana, Wyoming, Alaska, the fastest selling markets in the country based on data from Zillow on which states had the smallest percentage of homes that stay on the market past 30 days. And when I talked to realtors and lending professionals, they saw that story a little differently than maybe the casual reader. They saw a inventory issue where there's just so few homes staying on the market at all, and so naturally, just the sheer effect of the low numbers, that there would be fewer past 30 days. There's one thing that stood out to me, and I see it here in Bozeman, which has a really escalating real estate market. Like I was reading the Bozeman Chronicle yesterday, and they used to have a full section of open houses and real estate, and now it's this flimsy little one page because there's just so few homes to hype. And the homes that are really missing from the marketplace are the ones that are about 300,000 to 600,000. That those go really fast. That anything under 600,000 is, people can still bring themselves to sign on to a 6-7 point loan, and those are moving. And then the luxury homes, anything above 2 million, if you've got a great property on Flathead Lake, you're going to sell that maybe under 30 days. But the stuff that's not moving, and to my eye, just in Bozeman, there's a lot of it on the market, is that 600,000 to 2 million, that stuff is just sitting there because you have people that are in current mortgages around 2 or 3 points, and they're saying, I need to upgrade. We had another kid. We want to get out of this old house, but I can't bring myself to sign on to, a mortgage percentage that doubles my interest rate. So anyway, yeah, I don't know. I have sort of a fascination with real estate statistics. So it was really good. I got to call some old friends and connections up in the Flathead to talk to them about this. And anyway, it's something to keep watching for sure. I think as we go into spring, we'll see if, especially if interest rates make a move, I think the real estate market could really change.
I like to armchair real estate market watch as well. And yeah, that 600,000 and up, 600,000 to 2 million range, that's your second tier. You're getting out of your starter home. And I think that's where a big stall is nationwide, is there's too big of a gap there. You sell, even though your home's doing pretty good, with mortgage rates as high as they are now, with the recent memory of the housing bubble and the crash, I think people are really finding it difficult to pull the trigger on that next step home. It's just out of range for a lot of people, or the perception is, we can't carry this kind of a mortgage with rates where they are. Let me ask you about the Zillow. This study, View Homes, was looking at Zillow listings, 150,000 of them, and they were trying to ascertain, like, when they were listed, did they sell within 30 days, or are they still out there lingering? Did it take into account the fact that maybe they were pulled? Because I know a lot of listing agents, they throw it out there. They might be a little high, and they don't want to do a 10 grand price reduction. They'd rather pull it and put it back on the market in 3 months. Is that what's going on? Maybe.
That's a good point. I'm pretty sure that's in my notes. I just didn't include it in the story. That you have this surrender syndrome, where it's not going to move like you want it to, so we're going to just sit on it.
Yeah, especially if you have the luxury of not having to sell right away. I like the 3 Ds of real estate. Was that in your story, the death, divorce?
That came from David Fettvite. I worked with him on a television project a long time ago up in the Flathead, and got to know him. He's been fortunate to really experience a really big boom up there in Northwest Montana, and was there at the right time, and has got great skills. And yeah, he delivered that one to me, and he had 3 closings, just that I think that day he had to deal with when I spoke to him. So certainly that's not everyone is feeling it. This other stat that I saw is it's some 70-something% of licensed realtors reported selling nothing in 2024.
Yeah.
Which has got to be a huge shakeout.
That was, a bit of a surprise. That comes from another study. Yeah, that's a little shocking. We got to talk to our friends up there at 307 Real Estate in Park County, because that looks like the place to be, the place to go. If you're looking for a home in Casper, the Natrona County, it is tight. Inventory 1.79%. Sweetwater County, pretty tight, but Park County, things loosen up just a little. But yeah, just playing real estate's kind of fun. I love this idea. I don't know why we even debating it. This should have been done 10 years ago. New study adds momentum to the return of passenger rail to Wyoming and Montana. Montana and Wyoming are huge. And in driving, like windshield time is 4 hours just to go to the nearest Walmart or something. Why don't we have more passenger rail? Amtrak built all those rails, and can't we get back to that? Who did this study? What does their recommendation mean? And can we get any kind of rail system going here, passenger rail in Wyoming and Montana?
This came from the top. This came from the Pete Buttigieg Department of Transportation. Is one of the last things I think his office did before we had a change in administration. And so, the federal oh my God, it sounds like a train pulling into my laundry room. The belt on dryer.
Good sound effects.
Anyway, it was you have this big federal study, and from Montana and Wyoming, it's sometimes really hard to get very much enthusiasm from something coming out of Washington. We're like, okay, that's the idea, but will it really amount to anything on the ground? And I think if you're like me, and you want to see more passenger rail, here are the things to take to heart and have some optimism around. One, it's bipartisan. That Cynthia Lummis sits on 3 different transportation committees. She's expressed her enthusiasm for it. Both senators from Montana, Senator Crapo from Idaho. So it's not something that's being pushed and running up immediately against political opposition on the federal level. Also, you have these grassroots groups coming together in Rock Springs, Laramie. Cheyenne has its own rail commission. And then there's the Big Sky Commission that's really looking after this route that would go through southern Montana up to Seattle. And I think that, in talking to the advocates in Laramie, that's what they pointed out to me, is that there's a groundswell at the local level. If you're in Sheridan listening to this right now and you want to be able to catch a train to Billings and then on to Seattle, get involved, because I think it comes down to, as one of the sources said, it comes down to those towns that raise their hand and say, we want to be a part of this. And so I think we'll have a joining of, you have a federal study that's backing this stuff. And if you have an equally enthusiastic grassroots movement, I hope it happens. I'm sending my daughter off to Missoula to college in August. I would love to be able to just drive her down to the train station in Bozeman and have her just take the train instead of having to drive over Homestake Pass and all that. So I asked the head of the rail commission in Montana if over the next 4 years I'll be able to put my daughter on a train to college. He couldn't promise 4 years, but he thinks within the decade.
Yeah, we hear all the time about the bullet trains in Japan, the hover trains. They don't even touch anything. They're going like 200 miles an hour. You can get across the whole country in like 3 minutes. Well, I exaggerate, but why can't we have a rail system like that, even in its heyday out west with the UP and all the rails? Most of the travel went east-west. There was a real lack of north-south stuff, so we might have to work on infrastructure, but let's get some trains going here in Wyoming and Montana. I'm all for that.
Yeah, that was one thing that stood out from the study, was this north-south route, El Paso to Billings, which of course would involve Wyoming. So that was a great development for the federal study. It sure would be nice to be able to get a U.S. pass instead of a rail, a Eurail pass in Europe is a popular thing to do. What if that became something that folks did in the United States? I lived in Whitefish for a while, and it was really fun to be up in the morning, be at a coffee shop, and see the passengers coming out of the Whitefish Depot, and they just every morning they infuse the town with new customers, with a new vibe. And I imagine that Cheyenne and Laramie and others could really benefit from that as well.
I think that the doors open as well with the disintegration. I'll say, I don't know if it's true, but I get a feeling the demise of Greyhound. I mean, nobody's doing a bus anymore, are they?
Oh boy,
they just take so long. You don't even want to know who's on the bus with you. Let's bring back trains and make them go kind of fast and just save us from the driving, driving 5 hours. I'd rather be able to do other things like go have dinner in the food car or something. But yeah, I like it. Just don't have any Girl Scout cookies because they're all full of toxic chemicals. I love this, David. We're talking to David Madison, Cowboy State Daily journalist, and I read the initial story about the Joe Rogan show and Joe Rogan calling out the Girl Scouts for their ingredients and their cookies, and I thought, he really put the stick to the hornet's nest there. And you found some pushback. You found some Girl Scouts who wanted to tell the other side.
It's a tough one, it really, to me, that came down to a story about glyphosate, which is the active ingredient in Roundup. And from the sources I talked to, it's everywhere. That whether it's Girl Scout cookies or if you buy something from Keebler, in your local grocery store, that it's so pervasive in the food system that you're going to get some kind of glyphosate reading if you put it under the microscope. And so I don't know. That was my big takeaway, is that I don't think it's necessarily that Girl Scout cookies are any more toxic than anything else out there when it comes to glyphosate, which is a serious issue. The Roundup is now triggered, countless lawsuits and probably a lot of suffering as well, along with that, with it causing lymphoma. So anyway, yeah, it was clearly I think that was the message of the folks that did the study, was that they saw Girl Scout cookies as a vehicle to get a lot of attention around awareness around glyphosate.
I mean, to me, it was a little bit of a cheap shot, Joe Rogan. I mean, he's up against trying to be a content creator. He's got to come up with something every podcast, and this was a shot that was more sensational, perhaps, than it really is. I mean, how many cookies would you have to eat? Not that whatever the amount of cookies you'd have to eat to get sick from the ingredient. I might be in that neighborhood. What is it? How many?
Well, Joe Rogan came out and called these cookies toxic. Other podcasters countered that and said, well, according to the measurements, you'd have to eat 9,000 Thin Mints to really hit the level of concern. And I know, who doesn't eat Thin Mints by the sleeve, right?
9,000.
How many sleeves does it take to get to 9,000?
Is that in a month or a week? Or because the challenge accepted. I mean, I've got Thin Mints right now in the cabinet, but yeah, I mean, is it newsworthy? Certainly not worthy of the sensationalism from Rogan. Holy SH, he said, they're effing toxic as F. Thin Mints being the worst offenders, Rogan said in the February 24th episode of his podcast. It was, I don't know, food for thought. But right now, and by the way, the study comes from Moms Across America's study that tested 13 types of Girl Scout cookies. They found some things in them. But yeah, like you say, you can find a lot of things in bologna or your hot dogs that you might not care for. But in what amount, trace amounts.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a, I mean, I don't know. They've earned so much money off those cookies. I don't know if they're ever going to give up the selling of it. But yeah, Moms Across America, I interviewed the woman who runs that. She lives on a little organic farm in North Carolina, and she wants to see troops bound together and make their own organic cookies and sell those in front of the grocery store. Pretty idealistic, but like I said, I feel like this was a very savvy use of media to bring attention to glyphosate in the food system.
Yeah, and maybe in the end, it ends up being nothing more than marketing and more commercials for a very successful cookie selling operation.
Yeah.
You're talking about 200 million boxes sold every season, 800 million in annual business, and it's going on right now is the big push, right? March, April is when the Girl Scouts really get out there and try to sell their poisonous cookies.
Let's see what happens. Let's see if I don't know if they'll release the numbers, but if there's some big drop, that'll be a testament to Rogan's reach, I guess.
It won't be due to me. I'm going to do my part in making sure Thin Mints go fast. Anyway, thanks for being on, David. Appreciate it.
You bet. Have a good week.
You too. David Madison joins us in the Cowboy State Daily Show. Let's take a quick break. Be right back.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
In 2023, arm pump was holding me back. After a successful treatment at the McGinley Clinic in Wyoming, I can now focus on track instead of pain. The McGinley Clinic offers innovative, minimally invasive treatments for most sports injuries, including arm pumps. They got me back to peak performance and back on the podium. Go check out McGinley Clinic today.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay continues. We were talking with David Madison earlier about bringing train travel back to Wyoming, and we get a shout out on our message. By the way, anytime you want to message the studio, 307-999-TALK, 999-8255. We get a message saying a route from Cheyenne to the Black Hills would be great. We used to have one of those back in the stagecoach days, and Sally Ann Shermer probably remembers that.
Oh, yeah, I do.
Did you take any of those stagecoaches, Cheyenne, to the Black Hills back in the day?
Oh, that would be great. Hey, I would love train travel from Casper to Laramie. Let's make that happen.
Yeah.
Just right down. Zoom, just right down there. That would be great. I've in my day, I've been known to take a charter bus or two to Laramie, but that's not really effective. You know, you spend 3 hours in Medicine Bow, and then it was.
It's just
I mean,
so
I shouldn't say
slow.
anything bad, but yeah, but a train, that would be fantastic. Let's get a train from Casper, or better yet, Glen Rock, of course, because that's where I am. And there's train tracks like I can hear the train every night from my house. So
There you
the train
go.
tracks are very near to my house. So yeah, so let's just make that happen. Let's just get in the checkbook and make that happen.
I like it. Bring back train travel. Yeah, because it can be done. We've seen in Japan with their bullet train, they can do it fast, they can do it efficient. We've seen back in the day that it used to be somewhat elegant to travel by train. You go in the smoking car, the dining car. I mean, it's a lot better than
the
driving.
dining car, all fancy dining car. I mean, I remember not in the too distant past, there was some kind of little fundraiser put together for the Boys and Girls Club in Casper, which I was very involved with at the time. And somebody brought in, I think, a Burlington Santa Fe dining car and let the kids all ride on this dining car. And I got to go with them. And we went out like 5 miles past the airport. It took like an hour and a half or something. But anyway, but the dining car was real snazzy. I mean, white linen and china and silver and the whole thing. It was, and giant windows so you could see where you were going. It was fantastic. So I'm a total supporter of that. Let's make it happen.
A lot easier way of travel than white knuckling I-80 yourself driving. Get on a train and hang out in the dining car. Well,
yeah, and just in time for regional and state basketball tournaments, it looks like we could have weather at the end of the week, and that's not good either. So hopefully everybody will get where they're supposed to go. And little old Glen Rock is hosting the 3A East regional tournament, which doesn't happen very often. And so everybody's all excited about that. And they need a ton of volunteers to make that go off without a hitch. And so that's exciting for the kids who come to regionals and try to get to state. And then the 1A, 2A, of course, is already state, which is hard to believe that it's just, to me, the season is just zoomed by. But, that starts Thursday morning, of course, at the Ford Wyoming Center. So there's lots of hooping going on.
Basketball regionals, beginning statewide across the area. Thursday, Friday, Saturday. It's going to be a fun weekend. I haven't passed along the scores over the weekend to you, but I'll get to that. The high school basketball scores, girls and boys. I'll get to that here shortly. But first, let's look at the college level. Another week goes by, Sally Ann, and we're talking about the same thing. Maybe this men's team just isn't good. I don't know.
Or maybe they're just saving it all up and they're just going to come bursting out in Vegas. I mean, I watched every second of the game Saturday night, and I just had to believe that we were going to pull it off, but too many turnovers. I mean, they did so many great things. The offensive rebounding was unbelievable and the defense was unbelievable, but the turnovers were just like, you can't have that many turnovers. So maybe we can put it all together. And meanwhile, the Cowgirls, how about those Cowgirls?
How many
Fort
times
Collins, beat the Rammies.
Woo!
And hey, get this. Now, I didn't know this, and I'm shame on me for not keeping up. But with the media situation as it is lately, it's hard to keep up. Anyway, that's all I'm going to say about that. But first place, UNLV. Second place, Wyoming. In Laramie, in the AA. Wednesday night, 8:30, Ash Wednesday on FS1. So it's on national television. Wednesday night, 8:30. I did not know this till yesterday. So now I'm trying to spread the word as far and wide as I can. 8:30 Wednesday, FS1. If you're in Laramie, be there. If you're not in Laramie or the roads are bad, which is possible, then watch it on FS1. I mean, how exciting is that for the Cowgirls to be on national TV? I mean, that hardly ever happens, ever. And so this is a big deal. And so they want the AA to look full, and they want the Cowgirls to be good. And Now they're the opposite of the boys. I mean, they do not make dumb mistakes. They play really, really hard and really, really well. And it might not be the most thrilling brand of basketball, but they play really hard, really hard.
Yeah, if the men need to learn something called discipline, just watch the girls. They play a disciplined game and a great comeback against CSU to get the 68-55 win with a strong second half. And that game against UNLV is going to be huge to close out the regular season. Can't wait.
Yeah, can't wait. It'll be great. So, Ash Wednesday, eat your tuna fish, and then go watch the game. That's what I'm going to be doing. So that's an exciting thing to look forward to. And then all the high school stuff this weekend. And man, it's just coming right down. When March gets here, man, it's just open the door and let's go. There's a lot going on in March.
Mm-hmm. It's a little bit of madness. We're not allowed to say that, though. It's a copyrighted phrase. It's some kind of madness going on this month. I'm not sure how it all works out.
Hey, I've got a little news note that's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
We've always vacationed in the spring in Lake Havasu City, Arizona, which is like 95% Wyomingite snowbirds. Anyway, it's a long story. So I follow a lot of Lake Havasu City news on Facebook and other places. And they're having a big country music festival, I don't know, sometime, I think in March. And they're using the bucking horses, our brown bucking horses, on the posters and the promotional literature. And I think, aren't they supposed to pay for that? I mean, isn't it so copyrighted and trademarked that anybody who uses the bucking horse, A, has to have permission, and B, has to write us a check, I thought.
Oh,
Maybe
yeah.
I'm wrong, but I that's what I thought.
Oh, no,
So
that's a
I put
very...
a little innocent comment.
Yeah,
I just put a little innocent comment on the Facebook post, just saying, "Hey, did you pay the state of Wyoming to use these bucking horses?" And of course, I haven't heard back. But I just thought it looked so odd. I mean, here's Lake Havasu City, Arizona. It's a town-wide. I mean, I don't know who the promoter is, but it's on a town-wide website, and it's all these country music artists. Some sort of I've heard of, and most of I haven't heard of. It's a one-day festival, and they've got the bucking horses on it. And I was like, those are our bucking horses. I mean, those are our bucking horses. So anyway, so that was kind of fun. So I'll let you know if I hear back from them. I'm certain that I won't, and I'm also certain that they didn't pay. And I don't know if there's anybody in Cheyenne who has nothing to do and wants to pursue it and follow up on it. But yeah, I always thought that there was some kind of copyright trademark. You can't use it unless you ask us. And even if we say yes, you got to write us a check. And that's what I always thought, but I might be wrong. I might be spreading misinformation.
No, you're right. And it is very closely protected. Almost as tight as the Peanuts, Charles Schultz Foundation. They don't let you use it's like Disney. You cannot use Steamboat, the bucking horse image. And I'm looking at now exactly what you're talking about.
Did you find it?
Yeah, I found Wake the Lake Country Festival, Lake Havasu. Yeah. And I see the Steamboat, the bucking horse used, and that is obvious. And I'm going to assume they did get clearance and paid money, but I don't know. Good point.
I just found that. I mean, people say I waste my life on Facebook, but once in a while you find a good nugget.
That's copyright infringement. That's a cease and desist coming their way here soon, I would imagine. No, you're right. You can't do that. Not without permission, not without paying. I'm trying to figure out a way to share it, but I'm not that technically advanced. Let me hear. Okay. I think that's not it either. Yeah, I see it. You're exactly right. Download.
Well,
let's
cool.
See. Open image in new tab. All right, here I'm gonna share it. We're gonna put it up on the screen.
Maybe somebody besides me will get riled up. I just thought it was so interesting. I mean, I'm just scrolling and I'm like, what the heck is with the bucking horses?
Mm-hmm.
First, I thought it was like a Wyoming tailgate party or something, which they have down there all the time, and I thought, well, maybe it's, for the tournament or something. And then I was like, no, it's just country music. But
well,
our bucking horses.
Arizona and Wyoming, we have that fight over Ragtime Cowboy Joe. Technically, it's Arizona's song. We have the fight over Pistol Pete and right when
Oklahoma State with Oklahoma State. Yep.
But this Easton Corbin is the headliner here of various country music acts. Easton's got enough money to pay for the trademark or whatever. He can pony up and make good on it, I hope. But good point.
I mean, it'd be one thing if it was Chancey Williams and Ian Munsick, then I could maybe understand it. But but I was like, what the heck is happening here?
What's the connection? Other than some Wyoming's choose the winner there. What is the connection? You're right. Yeah. Very strange. Good to point that out.
I was able to contribute something. How about that on a Monday morning? That's unusual.
That was clutch. Well, thank you, Sally Ann.
You're welcome.
Have a great day.
I will do that. You as well. Take care. Bye-bye.
All right. Sally Ann Shermer joining the discussion. We will get you updated on all the high school basketball scores over the weekend. Those were the final regular season games. We're headed to the regionals now across the state. We'll update you on all that stuff in a little bit. Where was I going next? I know what we'll do. We're going to rodeo just a little bit. How about that? Time for the Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow with Will Rasmussen.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Today, Stetson Jorgensen, the 5-time national final steer wrestler from Idaho, joins us. We'll talk about plans for 2025. By the way, Stetson went on to win a whole lot of money at Arizona's celebration of the Cowboy in Tucson. Stetson Jorgensen on the Roadshow coming up next.
Ranchers, the Reminisce Angus Bull Sales coming up fast. It's Friday, March 7th. Reminisce Angus has been leading the industry back to the future with their extreme middle approach to genetic solutions. Their idea of making them better without making them bigger has caught on, and breeders across the West are making strides with this approach. Selling this year are 155 20-month-old bulls with over 65 easy calving heifer bulls. Sale time is 1 o'clock at the Big West Management Feedlot, Dillon, Montana. For more details, visit rimangus.com.
Sale season's here again, and there are a lot of black-hided Angus bulls on the market, but not all of them are registered. Why take the risk? Don't gamble on unproven genetics. Invest wisely with registered, powered by Angus bulls. Backed by the power of the American Angus Association and 80 million data points, registered Angus bulls give you the confidence in your buying decisions. Don't buy an imposter. Look for the registration number. Buy the power. Buy registered Angus bulls.
You drove all night from San Antonio, and so how's your winter looking? Are you going to make it home or?
Yep. After a short go here at Tucson on Sunday, we'll go back to Hereford and get ready for the time event, and then that second week of Houston we go there, and then at the end of the month we go to Austin, and we'll just keep it rolling on through California.
I forgot I forgot you married a gal from Texas, so you got a place down in the South. That's great, isn't it?
Yes, for sure. Yeah, it'll snow a little bit, but the next day or two it'll be gone, and we can start practicing again. There at home in Idaho, it'll snow. It'll stay there till May. So
it sure will. I know. I got to go home. You talked about your traveling group and how talk to me about who's traveling with you and how important that is.
Yeah, this year I'm going with Tyler Waxback, Kyle Irwin, and Cash Robb, and they're a great group of guys, and we all have the same goals and great horsepower, and all have rigs, and like I said, we have the same goals. It's going to be one hell of a year this year.
Good. And that goal would be a world title for one of you, huh?
Absolutely, yeah. We want to be in the top 4 for sure.
That is quite a traveling group, five-time world champion Tyler Waguspak included. Our thanks to five-time national finalist Stetson Jorgensen on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
I have an unexpected guest in the Zoom room. I hate when that happens. Okay. Well, we're going to have to get on that. I don't want to leave anybody hanging. So let's take a quick break. I was going to do this day in history. Let's take a quick commercial break. Come right back into the Zoom room, and we'll all be surprised about what's going on in there. Be back in 3. This is the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back. Dad! You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Shifts. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
It's Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, hour 3 into the Zoom room. Olivia, is it Olivia Schoen, I want to say?
That's correct.
Olivia Schoen. What happens, this is what we're going to explore today, what happens when you dial 211? I have to admit, Olivia, I don't know. I know 911. I've actually had to call that and use that. I know 511 if I want to find out road conditions. We have
811 for digging.
811 for, yes, don't hit the fiber optics or something worse. We don't want to explode you. We even have, I believe, I don't know if we have a 1-1 number, but we have a suicide hotline, suicide prevention stuff.
That's 988.
Okay. Boy, you have all the answers. You're the perfect person to have on.
You have to know all the things when you have a 3-digit number that's federally mandated. So what our little catchphrase that we like to say, Jake, is you call 911 when your house is on fire, but you call 211 when your life is on fire.
Oh.
You like that?
Clever. Whoever thought that up. That is marketing 101.
Yeah. So we answer calls about anything health and human service related. Rent and utility assistance, job training, transportation, mental health resources, food insecurities. If it's a nonprofit, state program, or a federal program, we house that in our database. And we connect people to those resources based on where they're located in the state and what they're eligible for.
And we've
all
had
by dialing 211 like you would 911.
Yeah. Now we've had guests on that represent various local or regional agencies that do similar. But let's say you don't even know where to start. Like you don't know the phone number of the Casper, whatever it is. Start with 211, and then you can work folks to where they need to get to and where they need to be.
Exactly. And what's wonderful about having a real person on the other end, as opposed to trying to Google those resources yourself, is oftentimes people will call us with what they feel like is their first presenting need. They're hungry. They're not sure where their next meal is coming from. But through a conversation with a real person, we find out they have 3 or 4 other dumpster fires happening in the background, and we have resources for those things. So they're calling for food insecurity, but they also just received a notice that their utilities are being turned off. Maybe they just lost their job. And so we can connect them to other things that can help with those other issues as well.
Well, I mean, you have so many programs, partnerships, whether you're trying to navigate health insurance, whether you're looking for farm and ranch, some kind of relief. It's not easy being a farmer or rancher, all kinds of veteran resources, tons of stuff. You must have quite the Rolodex that get people in touch with where they need to go.
Yes, so about 3,000 are in our database currently. And we have 2 individuals that manage our database. So they are constantly calling all of those service providers to make sure our information is up to date and accurate, which is important. If someone like you is speaking about us to the community, we want to make sure you have confidence in our database and that it's accurate.
Now, what is 211 Wyoming wide, or is this a federal? What is?
Yeah. Thanks for asking. So it is a federally mandated number, but it is not federally funded. So we survive off of grants and private donations and fundraisers, and it is a national number. So it's all based off of cell phone towers. So let's say I am a woman that's fleeing a domestic violence situation in Utah, and I just grab everything that I can, whatever cash is in the drawer, and I'm headed away. I run out of gas and money in Wyoming. I'm familiar with the 211 in Utah because I've utilized it for, diapers and food banks and things like that. But I dial 211 where I'm stranded with no gas in Wyoming, and I'm connected to Wyoming's resources because it's all based off those cell phone towers. So then I get information about the church down the street that gives gas vouchers. I fill up my car. I keep going because I have family in North Dakota. I run out of gas in North Dakota. I dial 211 and I'm connected to North Dakota's resources. So that's the way it works.
We're talking to Olivia Schoench, Deputy Director 211, if you didn't know what that was. It is kind of like just what you said. It's just a scale below 911. If it's all hitting the fan, 911, you need law enforcement there. But if your life is hitting the fan, 211. I did not know that.
Yes. So we just, we're a small nonprofit. We only have 14 staff, but we cover the entire state. You had referenced, and I would love to do a quick shout out to some other programs that we have under our umbrella. So we also run the Wyoming's Aging and Disability Resource Center under our umbrella. So we have resources for every individual over the age of 60 and any individual with a disability over the age of 18. So we have a navigator that acts as a caseworker for those two populations. She can help individuals find a new primary care provider, or she can give you information on how to make your home ADA certified if you have a disability and it's worsening, or she can help you sign up for SSI or SSDI. And so we, go beyond just the handing out of resources for that population. And then we also have Kinship Connections of Wyoming, which kinship care is defined by any individual who's caring for a relative child that's not their own child. Think grandparents raising grandkids, aunts and uncles raising nieces and nephews. Wyoming has a really large population for this. Often most of our kinship caregivers in Wyoming are over the age of 55 and have found themselves in this situation because their own child has had a substance abuse issue and has now been put into jail. These children, most of the time emergent, are put into their laps. They don't have health insurance that could cover them because they're on Medicaid. They don't have a car that's helpful to drive them around. What are car seat rules? What vaccinations, what do I do? How do I register this child for kindergarten? And so we have individuals that act as caseworkers just for our kinship caregivers in the state as well.
On that subject, on a related note, kinship caregiver program, that's something that's probably close to your heart and how you grew up. You want to share that with us?
So I did grow up in a home that cared for foster children. We had for 10 years, we had foster kids coming in and out of our home. And so you're exactly right. With that lens, I know that it's so important, if it's available, to keep kids with their families. While foster care is very important, and we want to support that as a program, because not always is it safe for a child to stay with a family member. But if it is, we've got this program to help those that are caring for their kin.
Yeah. Single mom. Well, you don't have to be a single mom, but just a mother to be pregnant in Wyoming, just trying to find an OBGYN. There's a lot to navigate. You've got plans.
Absolutely.
You've got stuff for that as well. Support.
Yep.
You
cover a really wide range.
211. I need the sticker. I need the magnet on my refrigerator.
I'll give it to you. I'll mail you one after.
You do have them. I just signed. I'm signing up for your newsletter as we speak.
Awesome.
So
I'm so glad to hear that, Jake. Thank you.
I'm trying to get connected. 211. I love
wonderful. It. Great.
Well, thanks for everything you do, Olivia. Don't be a stranger. Come on again when you have something to say. And how can we send you money? I see the website, big red button,
yes,
donate.
That. We have the big red donation button right on our front page. So that's wyoming211.org. And right now, and I'd love to do a little shout out if you don't mind, Jake, we are planning a SDOH conference. So those of us that are in the health and human service world know that acronym, but it stands for Social Drivers of Health Conference. And so it's called Bridging the Gap, Connecting Healthcare to Communities for Wellness. And so we're really trying to target community-based organizations and healthcare workers to start communicating better so that we can help the whole person instead of just putting Band-Aids on little issues at a time, working together to really help our community. And so that conference is a 3-day conference. It's going to be held in Casper at the Best Western downtown, May 6th through the 8th. And you can also register for that at wyoming211.org.
Yeah, I'm on that website right now. May 6, 7, and 8, Best Western in downtown Casper. Find out more. And, of course, while you're on the website, sign up for the newsletter. Yes. Get your 211 magnet and donate. Just hit that donate button. Mash that thing a few times and donate to 211. I had no idea, Olivia. Now I'm so much better informed about 211.
Thank you so much.
Well, thank you for everything you do. Appreciate you coming on. Olivia Schoen, 211, as we learn more. She's deputy director of 211. That's a number you can call statewide and get in touch with resources when you need them. Let's take, well, we don't need a break. I guess we can go right to this day in history. Thanks, Olivia. Appreciate you. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. We got Dale Killingbeck coming up next hour. It'll be fun to talk to him. He's got a whole bunch of stories you got to read. Do I have time for this day in history? I guess if we do it fast. On this day, March 3rd, 1805, President Jefferson approved the act that created the territory of Louisiana, which at the time included much of Wyoming. This day, 1849, the Home Department, a predecessor of the Interior Department, was established by federal government. On this day in 1857, Congress authorizes the Postmaster General to seek bids for an overland stage route for the purpose of carrying mail from the Missouri River to San Francisco. This day, 1863, parts of Wyoming, including Idaho Territory, were created by Congress. This day in 1870, a court impanels 6 women for a 6-juror jury. It was the first time in history that would happen, of course, in the equality state. On this day in 1871, Congress established a civil service system. This day in 1876, the first issue of the Cheyenne Daily Sun was printed. This day in 1876 as well, nighttime raid takes horses and cattle from Crook's Powder River expedition. The cattle are recovered, but the horses never were. Congress this day established the United States Geological Survey on this day in 1879. This day, 1884, Buffalo was incorporated. Happy birthday, Buffalo. And on this day in 1890, Buffalo Bill's Wild West show performed in Rome for Pope Leo. How about that? All these things happen on this day in history. We got to get you into the newsroom with Wendy Cora. We'll see you on the other side of that. News next on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
In Southwest Wyoming, wide open space.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Monday, March 3rd. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. It was a tragedy that captured the world's attention when a 22-year-old aspiring YouTuber from New York disappeared in Wyoming in August of 2021. Gabby Petito's remains would be found less than a month after she disappeared near a campsite in the Bridger-Teton National Forest. Her fiancé, Brian Laundrie, left a note admitting to killing her before taking his own life. Now, Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that the spotlight again falls on Wyoming with the recent release of the 3-part Netflix docuseries American Murder, Gabby Petito.
They were living their dream and they came to Wyoming, which was one of the places on their list to go. And the way that ended is just so tragic. But what I liked particularly about the Netflix docuseries is the way it ended. It ended with the family all coming back to the exact spot where she was killed in the Spread Creek dispersed camping area. And they had a celebration of life for her.
The docuseries has sparked renewed interest in the case as the world again tunes in to discover the details of the couple's lives and the unraveling of their relationship in their short time traversing the country in their white Ford van. A study recently published by View Homes puts Montana, Alaska, and Wyoming as the top 3 states for fastest selling real estate. That's based on 150,000 Zillow listings and what percentage are still in the market after 30 days. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison spoke to real estate agents and mortgage lenders in these markets who say despite what's considered a slow time for real estate sales, home sales from the Canadian border to Cheyenne are still moving.
I just spoke to a loan officer who said that the trend trend that he's seeing is that homes below $600,000 and really expensive homes over $1.5 million, those are still moving pretty well.
Madison found that Montana and Wyoming might have a low percentage of homes that stay on the market past 30 days because there's a small inventory of homes for sale. Plus, these states are attractive to those still buying homes, even with mortgage interest rates hovering between 6 and 7%. When he was 16, Gary Dickinson snuck hot rod magazines into his classrooms at school and fashioned his first speed machine. Now 72, Gary Dickinson has collected 5 acres of rusted, faded, and diamond-in-the-rough classic cars on the old rail right-of-way northwest of Glen Rock. Cowboy State Daily's Dale Killingbeck took a trip out to Dickinson's junkyard. From above, it looks like the ultimate before photo of dozens of rare and coveted vintage cars just waiting for someone to restore them for the after shot.
It's a classics junkyard. So that means that it has cars going back 100 years and through probably the 60s. He has some from the 70s and 80s as well, but mostly 60-year-old cars that a lot of people would look at as diamonds in the rough.
Among his prizes are a 1949 Pontiac, a 1946 Mercury, and a 1958 Chevy Biscayne. Dickinson also has a Kaiser model from 1950 with a buffalo symbol still adorning its hood. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Looking to earn money for college while making a difference in your community? Join AmeriCorps Vista with Serve Wyoming. Vista members tackle affordable housing, food insecurity, and poverty across the state, all while promoting volunteerism. Enjoy a living stipend, health insurance, childcare, and college scholarships. No experience? No problem. Serve Wyoming is placing Vistas with Lions Disability Transportation in Cheyenne, the Nicolason Art Museum in Casper, and Rooted in Wyoming in Sheridan. Reach out to Serve Wyoming at servewyoming.org.
Happy Valley near Cheyenne has something no one would ever expect to find. It's a medieval-style mead hall in the King's Old English, built using an ingenious, near-extinct construction method called a cruck. Giant trees that form a natural arch, cut in half lengthwise, facing each other, forming an arch that holds up the roof. The home was built by Cooning Meadowcroft, who came to America from England and settled on Wyoming as his forever home. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean spoke with Meadowcroft, who said building Anglecoon Hall has been a lifelong journey.
When he came to America, he landed in Happy Valley. It was a place that didn't have any zoning laws. He could find land that wasn't in a homeowners association because he knew he would have a hard time explaining crooks to Americans. He knew this was going to take him a while to do.
Meadowcroft isn't finished with his home yet. He expects he'll always be working on it, but it's finished enough to feel like home. One man's castle in a happy valley, a place where anyone can live like Alfred, King of Wessex, happily ever after into a new golden age. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink. Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Corr and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues here in hour 4, final hour on this Monday edition, our first March show ever. Dale Killingbeck going to get in the room here shortly. We're going to chat with him about his stories. Hey, did you know Skype is shutting down? I don't really. I use FaceTime when I have to do a video phone call, you know. I prefer not to use a video element at all. But if I do, I use FaceTime. And so does everybody else. And nobody's using Skype. Between Zoom and FaceTime, Skype has kind of been forgotten. And I just noticed over the weekend that the people behind Skype, I think Skype is a Microsoft product, right? Skype's shutting down. By May, it'll be gone. Yeah, Skype owner Microsoft announced this week it would move on from the tool in order to streamline their free communication options. So bye-bye Skype. Adios Skype. And hello to the sky. Into the Zoom room comes Dale Killingback. Dale, are you a Skype guy? Do you Skype? Do you FaceTime? What do you do?
Yeah, I don't really Skype, Jake. I guess I FaceTime more than I Skype.
Yeah, me too. I don't like to do either, honestly, but if I have to, I will FaceTime.
Same with me.
Yeah. All right. See, where do we start here with you? We got a lot of stuff. How about this 72-year-old guy who's running a junkyard? He's I should get the Sanford and Son. I have it somewhere. Let me try to find that while you tee us up. This 72-year-old guy, he's I don't know, is he sitting on any gems? Gary Dickinson? It all looks like a bunch of rusted cars, but there might be something in there that's a classic.
Yeah, that's what he's all about. It's called the Junkyard in Glen Rock, but he only deals with quote unquote classic cars. So that goes back at least, his definition of classic, he said, goes back at least, 50 or 60 years, but he has, 100-year-old, he had a 1918 car in there, lots of old Model A's and Model T frames, just a lot of really cool, if you're into fixing cars, creating a gem out of a diamond in the rough. He has lots of material for you,
and
including go ahead.
Including what?
Yeah, what I liked, he has this I think it was a 1950 Kaiser car. I never heard of it before, but it's got this buffalo emblem. That the logo of the car has a buffalo on it. So I thought that was really cool.
Very cool.
Yeah, and it was made from, I think it was 1945 to 53 or something like that. He had a 1950, but that to me, that was a cool little find that I found.
1940s Ford. Yeah, we're flipping through some. I mean, some of these are, I don't know, for parts, maybe you could restore the whole thing. I don't know. But this guy's been just a car dude forever, right? Since he was a kid.
Yeah, since he was a kid, he took hot rod magazines into his classrooms when he was a kid. 16, he built his first hot rod. And he had junkyards over in Oregon. He's from Oregon. And then when he moved to Wyoming, he had a couple in Casper. And now he just has this one in Glen Rock, which specifically deals with classic cars. And he believes that there's only two of them in the state, and he has people coming from all over the country calling him and asking for parts.
Yeah, I'll bet. I'm trying to play. I don't know why my Sanford and Son isn't working. It's probably some technical button beyond me. I don't know, but yeah, interesting dude. Interesting story. This guy's in right outside of Glen Rock. How'd you find him?
I was just looking for junkyards, and he came up and it said he had classic cars, and I thought there's probably a story there. So
no way. Wait, why were you looking for?
Why was I looking for junkyards?
Yeah.
Because our editor Jimmy thinks junkyards are cool, and I did a story on a guy in up in Midwest that has this old classic car collection of junk, and so I thought if I can find another one, that would be interesting.
I really have to sit in on these editorial meetings more often when things like junkyards come up and look, we got to cover the junkyards in Wyoming. Here's our Sanford and Son.
Yeah, and that's his ringtone on his phone.
No way.
Yes, that's his ringtone.
That's fantastic. I love this guy. Gary Dickinson. Learn more about him. The 72-year-old who has never been able to shake that whole hot rod. He just loves these old cars, and he's got 5 acres worth of rusting metal out there you got to check out. Some of them vintage. Maybe one day somebody will come in and pay him a whole ton of money to take one of those. I don't know. Could be.
Well, he said the guys that contact him, the parts aren't exactly cheap because they're really rare. And so, you have to really be invested in wanting a classic.
Yeah. And they're not making, parts for the 1940s Fords anymore. You got to find them in places like this. And I bet you got to pay a little bit to do it. This is, is this a hard to read story? But an important story about this Glen Rock woman who is final stages of life at Casper Hospice. And she is going through a bucket list, and she's doing it rapidly because time is running out. They include a tattoo, writing a book. Deanna Cotton, is that her name? Very interesting.
Right. Yeah, she is a special person. She was a business consultant for much of her life. And then she gets Lou Gehrig's disease, ALS. And now she's in the final stages of that. And she had some really traumatic events. She was in a couple of accidents, one that she thought she was going to die, and she had this counseling because of that trauma. She had a semi coming right at her after she had an accident a year before. It was like these series of events in January, February, 3 years in a row. And then she gets this diagnosis of ALS. And so she was writing a book for her business clients, and she's transformed that into a book about, embracing the end, she's calling it. And she has a lot of wisdom. Obviously, when you come to that point in life, you think about the things that really matter.
Yeah, absolutely. And she, in a way, a lot of us probably wouldn't be prepared and have our life organized enough to work our way through an end of life bucket list. We would be too consumed with other, petty things. But in a way, she's kind of prepared for this. She talks about Hezekiah, a biblical figure of the Old Testament, this very interesting dude, if you ever read about him. And she believes that she's here at this point in her life because she was spared in one of those wrecks you were talking about. It could have been way worse. I mean, she's spinning out of control. There's a semi coming right at her, and she believes God may have plucked her right out of that potential end and said, I'll give you some bonus time. Use it wisely. And she's doing that.
Yeah, she is. And what's interesting, as a business person, she had strategic goals and all these things. And she was kept telling me, that she's that kind of person. And so I think that's part of what drives her as well. She just is somebody that wants to accomplish her goals before it's all over, and one of them is she's had she calls them revelations that she's had, about her. And that's why she's having these tattoos. And she's from Texas. And in Texas, they call the dandelion, when it's at seed stage, the wish flower. And so her tattoo on her forearm is this big wish flower. And she's got a fence around it, that represents God's boundaries. And just, it's kind of cool how she's approaching, the end of her life. She's also somebody that has set a record at the hospice in Casper for the most visitors, and they've given her a little crown for that. So obviously a lot of people care about her.
I'm not surprised. 43-year-old Glen Rock, mother of 4, wife, business owner, facing her final days at a Casper hospice, and she's getting the most out of every day. Deanna Cotton, find out more about her in the Cowboy State Daily. That story written by Dale Killingback. It popped out on March 1st. Anything else, Dale, we got to get to, or what you're working on?
I've got some stories I'm working on, but nothing concrete yet.
Okay. Keep at it. Thank you for sharing your time with us on this Monday. Appreciate it.
All right. Thank you, Jake.
Dale Killingback joins the show on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, as we're in hour 4 of our Monday edition. Find out more about the Glen Rock woman spending her final days in the Casper Hospice. She's getting tattoos, writing books, and getting more gusto out of life. Good for her. And the story about the 72-year-old man, Gary Dickinson, who's got 5 acres of a junkyard going on. Bit of a Sanford and Son, but for cars only. He likes some vintage rusting automobiles. Some of those in his lot are really interesting. They got to be worth something. I mean, long lost automobiles from another era. Dale Killingback stories, check them out on the Cowboy State Daily. This story from Claire McFarland that we haven't really got to in depth yet. Trucking fatalities have increased since 2016, and that year, you can trace exactly that year to when the feds stopped suspending truckers who couldn't read English. Here's what happened. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration, back in 2016, issued a memorandum telling safety inspectors not to suspend commercial drivers for failing to communicate well in English. In other words, go easy on these truckers who English might not be their first language. And is that when things started to go bad for deadly large truck crashes? You can point right to it according to the data. Prior to 2016, fatalities on average, according to data from the National Safety Council, involved less than 4,000. From the year 2009 to 2014, annual fatalities involving large truck crashes were about 4,000 or less, really. And then beginning in 2016, those numbers started spiking. 4,500 in 2016 to fast forward to 2022, there were 5,837 fatal crashes involving large trucks. Claire McFarland talks with our own Wendy Core about it, and speculation is it is non-English speaking and perhaps non-English reading truckers, foreign truckers who have their CDLs. That's not the problem, but they just maybe aren't able to read signs very well.
Traffic crashes involving large commercial trucks have been on the rise since 2016, and some in the industry are pointing to a simultaneous rise in non-English speaking truckers. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that 2016 was the year the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration issued a memorandum telling safety inspectors not to suspend commercial drivers for failing to communicate well in English.
People who work in the industry are noticing, like, oh, that one didn't speak English, that one didn't speak English, that one tried to order fuel and couldn't speak English. From talking to truckers, people who work with truckers all the time, it's been kind of in the back of their minds, like, how can he read the signs if he can't order fuel? But then the dots really connected when I talked to Shannon Everett, who runs a group representing American truckers. And he said in 2016, the federal government said, okay, inspectors, stop suspending truckers for non-English proficiency. Because before they could pull you from your operation if you could not read the signs, communicate with the general public and log your own reports in English. And then in 2016, there was this memo saying, oh, don't suspend them for this anymore. After that, the fatalities really started to climb.
Wyoming is no stranger to deadly large truck crashes and had the most per capita of any state in 2022. At Wyoming's Evanston-based port of entry, it is not uncommon for Wyoming Highway Patrol inspectors to encounter truckers with non-citizen licensed commercial driver's licenses.
Cowboy State Daily story from Claire McFarland. You can find it online. It came out on February 28th over the weekend. Trucking fatalities on the increase since Fed stopped suspending truckers who can't read English. That's the title of that story. As promised earlier this morning, we're going to give you the Yellowstone hack, how you can save a lot of time entering the nation's first national park. It gets busy in summer for sure. We're talking about millions of visitors. Yellowstone almost topping itself in visitation every year, year after year. I think we're approaching the 4 million mark at this point. And it seems like all of them are in the entrance you want to get through on any given morning heading into Yellowstone. Here's your hack, and it's real simple. Use the east entrance. Don't be a fool planning your next trip to Yellowstone. You may want to consider the east entrance. Could be a big time saver. For example, in 2024, 773,000 plus vehicles passed through Yellowstone's west entrance, while only 36,948, so 37,000, passed through the east entrance. And that would be the entrance from Cody, right? On that beautiful highway. I mean, there's nothing. How could you not like that drive? That's a glorious drive. Several reasons why the east entrance is slower than the west entrance. For one, the east entrance is completely closed for 2 months of the year. Jennifer Toma, the executive director of the Cody Country Chamber of Commerce, says that may have a lot to do with it. During the winter, there are other entrances that are open for business in Yellowstone, but not the east entrance. That just shuts down, too snowy. And perhaps that's one reason. But Toma is among those who would urge folks to come through Cody as your gateway entrance to Yellowstone. Toma said the east entrance doesn't have the long lines you see at other entrances. It's more remote. There's more wildlife to see. And with the webcams now, they have webcams installed, we'll be able to show visitors just how busy the east entrance is at any given time, or isn't, said Toma. And yeah, maybe with a live webcam, you can take a peek and say, east entrance, that's the way to go. For most people, though, it requires, the night before you'll have to book your stay in Cody. But we suggest, as your Yellowstone hack, the east entrance approach to Yellowstone. Going to be a lot less lines, a lot less cars flowing through that. I mean, 770,000 something in the west entrance compared to 37,000 in the east entrance. That's a huge difference, and it makes it all worthwhile to hit the park from Cody. Sounds like a good idea to me. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal.
This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming, with a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven. Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Cowboys Say Daily Show with Jake continues here in the final hour on a Monday. Let's drop in with Don Day, get a quick weather check for you. We got weather rolling into the southeast corner of the state. Winter weather advisory. 3-4 inches perhaps by tomorrow for Cheyenne and the Laramie area. Little bit of winter. The rest of Wyoming going to see just kind of a disturbance, maybe some rain, maybe a rain-snow mix across the state cooking up in the late afternoon. More winter-like weather on the way for Wednesday night into Thursday. But let's have Don Day explain in his own words what's going on.
Well, after a nice stretch of very mild spring-like weather, especially over the last couple of days across Wyoming, things are about ready to change. A more typical March pattern will develop as we have not one, but two Pacific storms that will affect all of the state. The first one will have its highest impacts in the south and the east, where winter storm watches and warnings are in effect for snow, much colder temperatures, and very strong winds, especially along I-25 and I-80 in southeastern Wyoming, the southeast corner of the state, into the western Nebraska panhandle into northern Colorado. That's where the winter storm conditions will be most likely tonight into Tuesday morning. Scattered snow elsewhere, especially across the southern mountains. Temperatures statewide will be much colder. There's a break in the action Wednesday, then another Pacific storm will bring a chance of snow statewide, starting in the west Wednesday night, then across the rest of the state Thursday into early Friday. So not one, but two storm systems to deal with across the state and region this week.
Is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Thank you, Don. Don Day, day weather forecast. And taking a look at a statewide map. Seeing a little bit of snow moving into the western Wyoming area. Jackson, you're getting a little bit. Star Valley as well. Evanston, it's coming. But that southeast corner, not yet getting. There was earlier today, they had a little bit of something move through, but it's not there yet. But it's coming. Cheyenne, Laramie. You're still enjoying pretty warm temps right now. It's 56 degrees in Cheyenne, 44 in Laramie. But expect a big change coming up this afternoon as you get a storm system coming in. Winter weather advisory for southeast part of Wyoming. Just keeping an eye on that for you. Big congrats to Nate Miller as he pulled off the super trifecta, the super tag. Here's what it's all about, the super tag trifecta. Every year, hunters across the state and out of state, mostly it's out of state folks that win these so-called super tags, as people put in their money. It's a raffle system created to raise money for the Wyoming Game and Fish, and the coveted prize of all, and there are tags issued for winners of the raffle. You may win the elk tag, you may win the bighorn sheep tag, but in this case, there's only one coveted super tag award, and the super tag trifecta allows you to hunt 3 different species in that calendar year, in that hunt year. The odds are incredibly slim of drawing this, of being the winner of this super tag. So when Thermopolis resident Nate Miller put his name in and sent his money in to try to win it, he just sort of forgot about it. He's like, well, I've done my duty. I've given money to the Game and Fish. I've given back. I'm a lifelong hunter. I didn't expect to win. And then here comes a call from a Cheyenne, from the Wyoming area code and the Cheyenne Exchange. He said, I got a call. I didn't recognize it. I was busy at the time and I didn't answer it. And later I called back and the guy on the other end said, thank you for your donation to wildlife conservation. And oh, by the way, you won. Miller said at first he thought it was a joke, but it's no joke. The Thermop resident is the winner of the super trifecta tag. He gets to hunt 3 species, and they include elk, right? Let's see, super tag. The tags you're drawing in the super tag contest, each ticket costs $10. And winners are selected to hunt Rocky Mountain bighorn sheep, moose, elk, mountain goat, mule deer, whitetail deer, bison, pronghorn, mountain lion, wolf, and black bear. Miller said he spent about $300 on raffle tickets. And he said he calculated the odds of winning to be something like, well, I could have done this. I could have entered the raffle for another 4,200 years before I would win. And I didn't plan on winning in my lifetime. He said most people's good hunting life lasts about 30 or 40 years. I didn't plan on living over 4,000 years, so I didn't figure I'd ever win this. But he did, and a big congrats to Nate Miller. He said, it is truly unbelievable, statistically impossible, he told Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines, but I guess somebody had to win it, and this year it was me. So way to go, Nate. Here's, have I shared a photo of him? Here is, for those of you on the podcast, that's Nate Miller of Thermopolis. Lifelong hunter. His favorite is elk. There he is with an elk right there. And he is the winner of Wyoming Game and Fish Annual Super Trifecta Tag. Good job, Nate. Congrats. Andrew Rossi's story. We'll have Andrew on Wednesday, and we'll talk more about this story. But his story about the White Mountain handprints near Rock Springs are unlike any petroglyphs you've seen. Now, Wyoming has quite a few petroglyph sites, maybe not as many as Utah, but we've got a lot. And there's one particular sandstone pillar formation in the White Mountain Petroglyph site north of Rock Springs. And I have been there. I've camped all around there, but I never knew this was there. I guess I must have missed it. I did see petroglyphs when I was there. And I did see some of this, but I missed this particular feature, which is, it's hard to describe without just showing you the photos. But it is, it appears to be deep handprints that are gouged into a sandstone pillar. And I don't know if anything like this has been found anywhere else in the world, but it's pretty interesting, and it indicates a lot of somebody's over maybe many, many years just kind of rubbed the back of their hand into this stone. I mean, there's no other way to describe it. It's really unique. Andrew Rossi's story kind of outs the location, but it's hoped that people will use the site responsibly and refrain from messing it up. There's an extensive series of images, a lot of petroglyphs. I'll share photos of some of the other petroglyphs you can see there. Here's another look at that hand formation. I mean, that does look like the back of someone's hand. Although Greg Johnson, we talked to Greg Johnson, our managing editor, earlier this morning, and he thinks it's aliens. I couldn't tell whether he was kidding or not, but I think he was kind of serious. There's some more of these, very much look like fingers scraped along the sandstone wall. Here's Craig Bromley examining some of the features and the hands that you'll find in the White Mountain Petroglyph site. These deep grooves resulting from what looks like the scratching of human hands over hundreds or maybe even thousands of years. Here's the site. Now, I remember going up to this, and I did see the cave panel. I do remember seeing some of this, but I guess I must have never went to the part that has the hand thing. Interesting story from Andrew Rossi. We'll talk more to Andrew on Wednesday. But meanwhile, here's Andrew as he explains the whole story to our own Wendy Core.
There are dozens of important and much visited petroglyph sites throughout the American West, so it takes a lot for one of those sites to stand out. That's what makes the White Mountain petroglyphs north of Rock Springs one of the most unique, hands down. The site features an extensive series of images from indigenous people covering a vast stretch of history depicting warriors, wildlife, and battles. But the site's most intriguing feature is a soft sandstone pillar in front of the main face. Several handprints have been deeply elongated and embedded on all sides of the pillar, and Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that it's a petroglyph that archaeologists have yet to understand.
There are theories about what these hand grooves might have been. They could have been a source of obtaining power. One of the more controversial theories is that they're actually evidence from birthing sites of women actually grasping onto the pillar while giving birth. But the fact is, the one thing that archaeologists can agree on is that there's nothing quite like them in Wyoming or anywhere else for that matter. They're a unique structure that obviously have some kind of important significance, but unlike other petroglyphs where you can see the same images at several sites and get an idea of what's being depicted, these grooves are unlike any other petroglyphs, and their symbolism or what they are or what they aren't remains unknown.
Thanks to social media, the handprints have become the most recognizable feature at the White Mountain Petroglyph site. Archaeologists hope increased visibility will increase awareness and responsible visitation of the unique site.
Yeah, you can hope so, but I think increased visibility will just mean increased hooligans. Hopefully they don't wreck anything there at the site. Archaeologists believe the White Mountain petroglyphs range in age from 200 to maybe 2,000 years old. That would put them smack in the middle of the Shoshone, the Arapaho, Ute tribes. This area, this site is sacred to those tribes who got around the area, but exactly what they are, I don't know about the birthing marks. I mean, for one thing, it doesn't look like it's oriented to be somebody grabbing. It looks like the back of your hand did it, not the front of your hand grabbing. If it's even a hand at all. It certainly looks like it. But it's very interesting. North of Rock Springs, it's the White Mountain petroglyph site that is, I could tell you how to get there, but I'd have to kill you. It's for me, it's in the Red Desert. Whenever I go camping in the Red Desert, I always go there. Leo Wilson has this story about lawmakers, their response to PETA suggesting that Wyoming should retire its license plate, particularly the use of the bucking horse symbol, which we've talked about today. Sally Ann Shermer and I were wondering why Steamboat and the Wyoming bucking horse, which is a trademarked symbol, licensed to the state of Wyoming, why it was in use for a Lake Havasu country music concert going on down there. I found that interesting. Maybe a trademark violation. I don't know. But PETA, anyway, I missed when PETA was pressuring lawmakers to get rid of the bucking horse on our license plate. PETA says it glorifies rodeo, and rodeo is cruel to animals. So they suggest we should strip the bucking horse logo from license plates. Wyoming's response was to just double down on that. Senate File 121 was passed into law on Friday, signed by the governor, which would establish a rodeo-themed Wyoming license plate. Now, Wyoming license plates already have as a regular feature the bucking horse, the symbolic bucking horse logo that's purported to be Steamboat, one of the greatest rodeo broncs of all time. And whether it is or not, that image says Wyoming like no other. It's always on the license plate. Rather than remove it, Wyoming lawmakers said, well, if PETA wants it off, we're just going to respond with something even more rodeo glorifying. Now, we don't know what that'll look like. We'll share this photo of what PETA wanted the license plates to have, which is the Triceratops. It's the Wyoming state dinosaur. They thought that would be more fitting, more befitting to the cowboy state than would be the bucking horse. But yeah, you're never going to get rid of Steamboat. Come on. That is so Wyoming. So yeah, I thought it was very fitting of Wyoming. It's so Wyoming of Wyoming to do this, such a Wyoming response and such a legislative session response. This legislature, the 68th, has been unlike any we've ever seen. And I think when you prod them, you better be ready for a response. State Senator Brian Boner of Douglas sponsored Senate File 121, told the Cowboy State Daily the bill was directly inspired by a request from People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals, which says Wyoming logo glorifies rodeo and claims it mistreats animals. The Wyoming Senate's response was to come back and hit even harder. Never mind the skull of the Triceratops. Wyoming is going to issue a special rodeo license plate. The look has not yet been decided, but the bill was passed and it will be law. We'll have a new license plate that'll glorify rodeo even more. Letter to the editor in the Cowboy State Daily dropped a couple of days ago. The headline, why does Wyoming still support President Trump? In particular, the letter writer was talking about the recent Oval Office visit between President Trump, Vice President J.D. Vance was on hand, and Ukrainian President Zelensky all met at the Oval Office on February 28th. The aftermath of the meeting, the fallout of the meeting was not real good. Or was it? We're still waiting to see whether anything productive has happened in light of the meeting. I heard that Trump was upset that Zelensky didn't wear a tie. And also, President Trump really kind of sided with Russia a lot and Putin and suggested that if there's peace to be found between Russia and Ukraine, it has to start with Ukraine giving up some of its mineral rights to Russia. I thought that would be a non-starter, but apparently President Zelensky is considering that. That's the word I heard today on the news, that perhaps the way to achieve peace is for this concession. Zelensky and Ukraine would give up certain mineral rights to Russia. But meanwhile, some folks are saying it was an embarrassing moment for the U.S., the way President Trump behaved in front of Zelensky. I know there's a lot of people that are driving around with a bumper sticker saying, support Ukraine. And this certainly doesn't look like the U.S. is offering any support for our friends in Ukraine. In fact, it looks like, according to Nancy Withers of Alpine, who wrote this letter to the editor, it looks like the U.S. has no allies now except for Russia and North Korea. The free world, Nancy Withers says, knows that Trump is working for Putin. The disrespect for the leader of a country has led his people in a fight for their freedom for 3 long years was beyond words. Trump and Vance yelling at a world leader like bullies in a schoolyard was sickening. Their behavior unacceptable, disgusting, disrespectful, and worse. This in a letter to the editor of the Cowboy State Daily from Nancy Withers of Alpine. Our country has lost its standing in the world and all of our former allies. We were once respected. We fought to save the world from tyranny. And today, Nancy says, I'm just so embarrassed and ashamed of our country. Her letter to the editor titled, Why Does Wyoming Still Support President Trump? That's among many letters to the editor in the Cowboy State Daily. Let's take a final quick break of the day. We'll come back and wrap things up after this. You're enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Back in 3 moments.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
What is the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, and why does Wyoming need it? In 1990, the U.S. Supreme Court tried to give government more power to step into the First Amendment religious rights of Americans. That decision concerned so many people that in 1993, Congress passed legislation called the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. That happened in a nearly unanimous bipartisan vote. This legislation simply returned cases on religious freedom to the long-held standard that the Supreme Court had tried to overturn. Since that legislation only applied to the federal government, it was also determined that each state should pass its own laws protecting religious freedom. Since then, 28 other states have passed these kind of laws, and even more have court opinions providing similar protections. Sadly, Wyoming is not one of them. It's time for Wyoming to defend the First Amendment and pass a Wyoming Religious Freedom Restoration Act.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues as we wrap things up on this Monday. Claire McFarland wrote this story back just before the weekend. It was a late-breaking story on Friday, hours after Governor Gordon signed a new abortion law. A pro-choice group filed lawsuit at 1 a.m. on Friday, claiming the laws target Wyoming's only abortion clinic. That would be the one in Casper. The pro-choice group filed a lawsuit in Natrona County District Court at about 1 a.m. Friday, hours after Governor Mark Gordon signed House Bill 42 into law that would require abortion clinics to undergo surgical registration requirements. The state's only surgical abortion clinic is Casper-based Wellspring Health Access, said if this bill goes through, House Bill 42, it will have to shut down. And by the way, this lawsuit filed by the pro-choice group also challenges another abortion restriction bill, House Bill 64. That's headed to Governor Gordon's desk. That's the one that'll require women to undergo ultrasounds at least 48 hours prior to obtaining abortion pills. That story from Claire McFarland came out on Friday, late breaking news back at that time. Leo Wolfson also had this story coming back just before the weekend, as he noted Wyoming workers rallying at the state capitol to protest legislature and Trump cuts. Around 150 Wyoming workers gathered outside the Capitol on Friday to protest moves by the Wyoming legislature and Trump administration cutbacks. We're just showing the legislature Wyoming workers are still here and still want to work and live in this state, said Truett Thompson. He's a member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. That's the 415 in Cheyenne. State Representative Carly Provenza, Democrat of Laramie, said a recent wave of retirees moving to Wyoming in order to take advantage of the state's low taxes has created a complicated dynamic when combined with the fact that Wyoming has one of the lowest rates in the country for people born in the state staying in the state. And she believes it's all due to a lack of jobs and affordable housing. There was a lot of people out protesting, particularly about the Trump administration cuts. Here's a photo we share of the scene, this one taken by Leo Wilson himself. The Cowboy State Daily, about 150 Wyoming workers gathered outside the state capitol on Friday in protest. That story filed on Friday of the Cowboy State Daily. You can find it on the interwebs, cowboystatedaily.com. Post Malone was over there in Idaho, by the way. You know Post Malone, right? The rapper who's kind of doing some country now. I saw a couple of radio stations noted, radio and TV, KIVI, for instance, noted that country singer, rapper Post Malone showed up at Melba, where he was at the Cook's Two-Hole Bar and Grill on Saturday over the weekend. He was also noted at a bar in Caldwell. Everybody said he was really well-mannered, nice guy. He was at the Indian Creek Steakhouse in Caldwell. So Post Malone making the rounds over there in Idaho, in case you wanted to know. I also noted story in national news. Tariffs are going to mean an increase in prices for a lot of things, particularly cars. If you are in the new car market, you better buy now. When these tariffs kick in, experts say car prices are poised for a $12,000 surge on Trump's new tariffs. So, yeah, get ready. And if you're going to buy that new car, I guess you better do it now. Longmire Days has been settled. It's going to be in Buffalo July 17, 18, and 19. And 20th. Wow. Mark your calendar. July 17th through the 20th in Durant, Wyoming, otherwise known as Buffalo. Nearly a week-long celebration. The celebrities already booked include the man, the myth, the legend himself, Craig Johnson. He'll be there. Robert Taylor, who plays Walt Longmire, he'll be there. Luann Stevens plays Ruby. She'll be there. A. Martinez, John Bishop, Derek Phillips will be all those who are expected to be in attendance at Longmire Days, Buffalo, July 17th through 20th. Don't miss it. Well, that's going to do it for us on this Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time. Have a great Monday wherever you are, and hunker down in Cheyenne and Laramie. You got snow coming. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.